Yes, sir. Enter the 36 chambers. Ha ha ha. Wu-Tang Clan strikes again. The RZA, the Jizza, oh dirt. Y'all know what it is. What's going on, Realm? Talk to me. Suicide Kings, I see you got the W up. What's going on? How my levels is sounding? Talk to me, Realm. Gerald Mack, what up? Hustler Motivate, I see you. HDTV, I like that name. Firestar 66. Gerald Mack, the legend. Lloyd Metroid, yeah. Gaming Forte from the car, yeah. Wu-Tang, throw it up, yeah. DJ Oros, yeah. Facebook, yeah. Let's get it. Hustle, thank you, brother. Forte driving safely. Got your game. Oh, you come from the comforts of your gaming shit. All right. I see you, bandana run. Throw the W's out for the wall. You know what I'm saying? Throw it up. We know what it is right now. They coming for the babies. They coming for the kids. You know what I'm saying? Sick. What's up? I'm waiting for my firmware. What's up? What's going on? Good show today. We got the legend CJ Grannell, no doubt. What's going on? W, yes. Sir Taz, yes. What's going on? My Vex brother, Addict, talk to the people right quick. Let them know what's going on.
What's going on, guys?
Yeah. Let's go. It ain't nothing that you already know. Wu-Tang ain't nothing. Let's go. Chance should have never put that out. It's over. Shout out to Grub. Yeah, no doubt. All right, you gonna install it today? No doubt. That's what's up, man. Listen, man. Protect the kids. I feel you. Addict levels is good. So yeah, we gonna get the legendary Chris Grannel in here. I'm just gonna tell y'all right now, full disclaimer, King has something planned. I don't know what it is. But something is planned when we get to certain segments. I think y'all know what that is. But look, we're gonna have some fun. My man, oh man, throw the crest up, my man. DJ Oros, what's up, bro? Yeah, I know we're supposed to rock. You gotta text me, bro. If you don't text me, I'm still working. That you on, so you already know what that is. But yeah, man, I'm gonna talk to y'all in a minute. We'll get Chris in here. Plus, I gotta mute because when King come in here, it's gonna be crazy. Y'all know what y'all here for. What's the gladiator? Are you not entertained? You know what he here for. There's a lot of talk. You know, and I gotta, I would try to regulate it as best I can, but other people are like, yo, you gotta let him go. It's his moment. So we'll see how it goes. But I'm gonna talk to y'all in a minute. All right, well.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me. That's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original. Y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What did you do?
What I want to do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
sick of
keep
this.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
sick of
keep
this.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young wolf, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right. Hear ye. And we are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net. Episode number 230. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm extremely excited about our special guest, and we've got Sony Game Development, Game Pass subscription targets, God of War to PC, and King Space, PhilSpencer and MattBooty recent interviews to discuss. So we gonna get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord whose tremendous passion and experience within the world of game design has affected so many classic Sony franchises we have grown to love and watch evolve within our games industry. Introducing the former senior game designer for Sony Studio Liverpool and Guerrilla Games, plus the current founder and CEO of the Urban Zoo Sports platform. The Lord of F1, Wipeout, and Killzone by day, who is also the Lord of Combat Sports and DJ Trance Sessions by night. Live from Liverpool, where you will never walk alone, and making his proper debut into the realm of the Lords. My man, Lord Chris Grannel. How we doing, sir?
All good, thank you. That was an awesome intro. Thank you very much for getting us going for today's session.
Let's do it, brother.
Yeah, just absolutely ecstatic to be here. I know we've been trying to plan this for a good few months, and obviously we're all busy. You guys have got a busy and awesome schedule as always, so we need to fit things in, and I'm just drowning in work and stuff at the moment, so we got it done. So yeah, really happy to be here with you guys.
Happy we finally get it done. Again, apologies, I know schedule's been crazy. You've been extremely understanding. Let's get that out the way.
All good, yeah.
And I appreciate you, brother, because I know obviously we've had you in the realm before, but we had to do it the proper way. You had to roll out the red carpet. We got Sony royalty, game development, game design royalty. But outside all that, what have you been playing lately?
So playing recently, I've just been living on Far Cry 6. I think it's absolutely, it's one of those where it's been received, it's been a bit frosty with some of the
You mean it's being received unfairly?
Yeah, it's being received unfairly.
Be real, man.
It's being attacked for not being something other than what it is.
Yeah, what it's supposed
but
to
the
be.
same people
It's
be
supposed
giving
to be.
same people give every year give Call of Duty a 9, 10 out of 10. So you know,
Yeah, exactly.
Continue.
I guess Call of Duty doesn't need to be anything else. So
Yeah, no, it's an awesome game. It's Far Cry. It's what we love about Far Cry. Jumping in co-op with friends is awesome. They've obviously made that a little bit more friendly in terms of pickups and so on and so forth. They're like shared, so not progression, but at least you're getting some loot and weapons and stuff on the go. But it's just awesome. It's like what a world, what a place to explore. The gunplay is superb as always. So I've been playing that. I've been jumping into a bit of Circuit Superstars, which is. What a game! So,
I was hoping you say that. I was hoping you say that.
Those guys for some time, and yeah, obviously I think Square picked it up halfway through the dev cycle.
Okay.
And it's just an awesome game. It's a nice little top-down arcade racer. It's got some cool physics, and it's got some like controls to master once you get to it. And some of those online races, boy, people are fast out there. That's for sure. When you have online races,
it's hot and heavy. Now let me ask you a quick question on it, because for me, I know I put it up on Twitter. You had responded, and for me, I love the art style. The art style is like it's really it's beautiful, and then it's more hardcore, like you said, than you think. Like, you think it's this cutesy, it's going to be easy. I was coming into it, Solve and King, thinking it's going to be like Motorola for TG16. Just,
no.
Casual. Remember when Motorola, the last person in the back, he would get dragged automatically?
Yeah, right.
No. Not this. This is for the real hardcore. Like, there is technique you've got to learn.
so it's not for me.
It's not for you. Quick question, Chris. Online, because I haven't done the online component yet with the races. Can you set parameters? Because one thing I do like about it is they got the pit mechanics and stuff. Can you do that also online?
Yeah, so it kind of also generates a few different race styles. So longer races, shorter races.
Gotcha.
So the longer races have tire wear and fuel consumption. So you can kind of set parameters for your own lobby, or you can jump into races little mini championships which have got parameters. So the longer races, you've got to kind of stop for fuel, change tires. You kind of feel the car getting slower and kind of a bit more
Nice.
slippy, you know, when the tires were. So, and like you say, it's really, really good. And it's really, you need to master kind of race lines and things like that for that a normal kind of sim-based racing game would use. But great fun. But yeah, I had a game with Dealer Colt and a couple of online kind of randomers, and they were quick. You know, the online randomers were really quick.
The online dudes are sweaty. No doubt, man.
Played in like beta stages and all kinds, and they were flying. So yeah, it's a great game. And then the only other thing, I've been like, I enjoyed the closed and open beta of Riders Republic.
Oh,
when it came out a few months ago. So I've jumped into the kind of 4-hour trial version again at the moment. So I'm looking forward to that game. So I was kind of a big fan of classic SSX and things like that.
Game and COG?
Which one?
Riders Republic?
Yeah.
Not me per se.
At a PAX.
I think
so.
yeah, I think it sounds familiar, like maybe the writers. Yeah, I'm not sure, but not me per se.
Okay.
But yeah, but that's cool. That's cool, Chris. Love what you hear, what you're playing and stuff like that. So let's get into these intros, because you know we got the 4 horsemen of gaming, those original lords of the realm here at the round table. Little updated time sense, just a little, because it's a long show.
When are we not time sensitive?
Yeah, I know. It's usually when it gets.
They just talking to me. Everybody just watching.
They just talking to me.
They like, cut it out, King.
Cut it out. We know you got a lot to say today. My co-host with the co-host.
I don't got
No,
nothing.
wait. Did something happen?
Stop.
You're gonna stop, son.
Man, Jim go do though.
I can't with y'all. My co-host with the co-host, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the howl of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict, how we doing, sir?
Yes,
Doing
sir.
pretty good, man. What's funny is, man, Phoenix Point been beating my ass, man. Like I ain't never played a game that is like, I might be going senile already, like, because it's just like
I didn't expect that.
I'll be sitting there, I'll be playing it, and I'm like, I think I got a good grasp on what's going on, and then since I didn't play when they were doing all the DLCs and stuff on PC, I didn't play none of that. I was like, I'm gonna wait for the console version. So what happens is I learn what's going on, and then the next damn DLC gets introduced, and I'm like, oh, okay, I don't know anything about this. Then I got to restart with that knowledge about that DLC. It's been a great game. You know, I'm a huge XCOM fan, and I honestly do think that, you know, I still think XCOM's the GOAT, but there's a lot of things in this game that, you know, XCOM need to come over there with like, can I borrow your homework? Okay, just don't make it all, don't make it identical.
Don't make it identical.
Hey, Addict. Where are you playing that game at?
While playing it on Game Pass, King.
Oh
On
my
Game
man,
Pass.
my man.
But King, just to clarify,
Why?
though,
This sound like a public service
announcement.
Are you playing that, Addict?
King,
Why?
I did.
Thanks for asking, King.
Just to clarify, King, I have Ultimate, and I did have to buy all the DLC.
Oh, but that's cool though. But you know, as long as you got to partake first, you know, you got a chance to taste the food. And say, yeah,
You got to sip
know,
first.
you gotta sip.
Let me get some more LeBlancs.
I'm done.
I got a couple things to say real quick.
Yeah, what's up?
One, we'll be doing the Chivalry stream sometime next Saturday, so definitely be following us on Twitter. I wanted to say at the beginning of the podcast because I don't want people, because I know the end of the podcast normally we announce stuff like this, but I know there's a better chance people see the beginning than the end.
Yes.
So definitely stay tuned for that. Probably
because we be going off at the end.
with here in the next month, me and King will be releasing videos on me and him play House of Ashes.
Nice.
So you know, definitely look for. I think what I'm gonna do, King. I think we once we get through House of Ashes, I think we're gonna start just hitting a bunch of co-op games. Like I want to play Dead Space 3.
I'm down with all of it.
Yeah, I want to play.
As long as it's
Resident
in Game
Evil
Pass.
I mean,
Here we go.
I think the Resident Evil games are in Game Pass, but definitely look out for that, you guys. So, and you know, we definitely gonna have a good show, man. We're gonna have a good show. Like the show. I know I needed the energy. I bought an energy drink, and I never do that. So
okay. Oh, he ready. No doubt. And of course, we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sostradamus, the Lord of Clarity, and Lord Patreon of the Iron Bank. My man, Lord Sovereign, how we doing, sir?
I'm doing fantastic, despite the fact I got to work after the show. But I'm very excited about today's show. I'm excited to have Chris here. I wasn't here last time Chris was here, so I'm a bit of a Liverpool / Psygnosis fanboy.
Yeah, we gonna get in that bag, bro. we gonna get in that bag.
Man.
Yeah, we gonna get in that bag with him.
Colony Wars,
Bro,
Wipeout,
we gonna get in that world.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to have Chris here.
Absolutely, man. So much to talk to him about. I'm glad you said that. Real quick, I know first what you playing, and then if you could get a couple super chats because I know they
I'm gonna get those. So first, I've just Metroid Dread, bro.
Nice.
These guys they've had a couple of chances with Castlevania. They had a couple. They had Samus Returns on the 3DS, which I hope they bring over. But it's like when you're talking about you could have maybe crafted the best Metroid game ever. Like it's like wow, it's good.
Sells.
Yeah.
It's selling.
It's selling.
It's selling. But again, I will caveat that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's much like the Xbox in Japan. Look where you're coming from.
I do think that title's gonna sell 10 million plus.
It's coming in hot. Addict, tell King, it's coming in hot.
But you know,
I mean, to be fair, what else?
Wait,
what's
what's the problem with Metroid? What's the problem with Metroid? It's not in Game Pass. Like what is that?
Hey, it's not even on their service. They don't believe in their titles. But it's like from what I heard when we was talking about it, it's the worst selling franchise in Nintendo's history.
Oh, it is. They don't.
It is.
I mean,
Metroid,
but you gotta.
Here.
The thing is though, is like
it's not gonna sell Mario numbers. That's for sure.
They've been. It's a lot easier to sell the Marios, the Zeldas. We ain't had a Metroid game in a minute. Like they don't really be making them like that. So like we don't consistently pop them out. Obviously, some are gonna flop a lot easier than others. And I think if there's anything that's gonna sell, it's gonna sell on the Switch because they ain't nothing else to play.
Exactly.
So,
if they bring them all over to the Switch, I need to bring Samus Returns over to the Switch because they put it on the 3DS when 3DS was dying already. So a lot of stuff doesn't make sense with Metroid, and it's always been sort of a side franchise for them. But on the Switch, anything sells. So I'm happy with it.
No doubt.
Let me read these.
Let's get these super chats real quick.
All right, so we have to start off. Let's put the crest in the chat for Tyson Lewis, newest member, Lord Bronze. Fantastic.
Tyson and Lennox Lewis.
We got both boxes in the round today, no doubt.
That was one hell of a fight.
Then we have Cedric H, $10 super chat. # worldwide gym.
Here we go.
Man.
Yes.
And we have Tyson Lewis with the $2 super chat. I have to see what that is. CHF. $2 super chat. Yes. It's about to get messy, King David.
I got you.
And I do want to say something real quick in those. Don't think I wasn't reading those games that you guys were mentioning in the tweet. I was reading.
Oh, that's all you, baby.
Classic games.
I was YouTubing some of these videos, and I'm like, they out of their damn mind.
They want the pain. They want the pain.
Yeah. All of you guys that were putting like 360 games and OG. No. We're going back.
We're going back, man.
My friend Tyler put Final Fantasy. I'm like, you're an idiot. Like, I grew up with this dude. He knows I beat that game. What?
No doubt. Good to you, Sal.
Then we got Paul AFC, £5 super chat. Respect to the realm. So PlayStation releasing God of War on PC means only one thing. Timed exclusives. Keep that same energy and get them, King.
Here we go. This is what they waiting for. But never mind this amazing guest we have. Never mind great topics. Here for the King.
This always happens.
Then we get labeled, like me and Addict said, then we get labeled for King's thoughts. But continue.
Then we have...
Man, at the end of the day, I've just rolled with the punches.
I just rolled with it now.
Look, they threatened me on a Wednesday and graced me on a Saturday. So it is what it is.
It's a love hate.
No doubt. What else we got, Sal?
Then we have the Darj Knight with the £4.49 super chat. It's the Lord's Day, and the Lords of World Football just put spurs to the sword.
Woo!
Irons, irons, irons.
Yo, put the cuts up for Dodge. That's my guy right there. Love me some Dodge tonight, man. Salute to him, man. Get off the rooftops, man. I know you still probably on the rooftops. Get off the rooftops. Now, salute to you, brother. Good to see you.
Then we got Hargi Chani, $5 super chat. Hear ye, hear ye. Knees have been collected by the king. God of War on PC. Remember to use the lotion. ILP bend the knee.
right.
Salute. Yo,
That's my man.
Yo,
Shea butter is the
that
best.
statement
Thank you.
on its own
Oh,
does
my
not sound great.
That sounds crazy. I love it, though. It's hilarious.
Then we have Gameonomics with 100. Where is this again? Rupees? 100 rupees. In India, no PS Now, no Nintendo Online, but all Xbox features are cheaper than the US, including Game Pass. People here moving to Xbox this generation. Wow, it's fantastic to hear. This is what they want to see. Then we have Boonty.
Shout out to Boonty.
What's up, Boonty?
Boonty's here.
Enough respect to the Lord Dom Dum Dada Biba. Have some bad news. Me not play Destiny no more. 7 years, me ready for something else.
Yo, Boonty, what's going on? You hear? He heard that worldwide talk. He had to come through.
We got Gerald Mac, $2 super chat. All hail the ILP.
Awesome,
Salute.
my guy.
Hit the like
Salute.
button.
Thank you.
doubt,
Thank you,
Gerald
brother.
Mac. And last one.
Last one.
Move on. Ryan Ginther, $5 super chat. First super chat for the ILP. Happy to be here.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Scarlet
love.
Nexus, yes, much love.
No.
Scarlet Nexus on Game Pass is the GOAT. Finally, hey, kid.
No doubt. And real quick, because even though this is not a super chat, shout out for the merch. We got the merch alert. My man, Mr. Joanna Dark. No doubt. He's donning the hat of the realm. We got that IOP snapback looking clean. Salute to you, brother. Keep up the good work.
That merch is moving.
Merch is moving. Merch is moving. It's out. It's in the description. It's in the description. I mean, in the bottom, right integrated into the store. So you could go get that. But that's been it, Saul?
Yeah, that's been it.
Something better move because I ain't moving to play those games on Twitter. That's for sure.
Oh, you gotta love it.
No doubt. No doubt.
Patreon tear up.
And of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer, the prophet of Xbox,
Swami.
king of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience. It is the leader of the fraud alert movement. Beloved and worldwide. Lord King, how are we doing, sir?
And time sensitive intro.
I'm doing fantastic. I just want to say today, the views expressed by King David is not the views shared or thought of by ILP.
Thank you for
So
saying
Lord
that, sir.
Cognito does not view the things like King David, and Lord Sovereign does not view the world like King David, and Lord Attic definitely does not view the world like King David. And our
Look,
esteemed guest does
Attic
not
with the C.
share these thoughts.
Thank you for your
Attic with
disclaimer,
the C
sir.
co-signs everything King says, and
Okay,
Attic
well,
with the T doesn't.
I don't think
So-
today you will, but let's see if you're still riding with me at the end of the show.
How's it going, King? Is a lot of, is anything going on with your world today? How you been,
The
man?
world is rosy. Do you know? I found out recently
Yes.
my
Or
love,
recently.
my heart, Nixus, has been hard at work.
Hard at work.
Lord
at
Kristen,
work.
we're gonna have to ask if you know anyone from Nixus. I'm seriously trying to get King some merch from Nixus. So if you happen to have any, colleagues or know anybody on the team, please have them reach out to me because I feel the support that this man gives for this studio is unprecedented, Chris.
I love them. They're my heart.
Continue.
But okay, well, I've been playing this wonderful game called Echo Generations. Called Echo Gen. It's on Game Pass. All right, so it's a turn-based RPG that is quick timed.
Ooh, okay.
All right, so every move it's a quick time when you fight. Opposed to just giving out food or whatever or healing. It's actually every time you attack an enemy, it's quick time. You don't have a lot of hit points. You don't have a lot of power when you first start off. So a lot of times you have to fight the same enemies over and over again to build up
Gotcha. Yep.
XP to level up. but the world is structured like a Stranger Things. It feels like Stranger Things, from the music to the theme.
Okay.
I love the theme where the brother and the sister is going around the world, and that third character that's with them is a pet, like a dog or a cat, and other stuff there too. He can talk to animals, and the sister can hear him. And it's so incredible how the quirky things that goes on in this town, and you go from spaces to spaces, and it's just like a fetch type of game. So you need one item to open up another place, and it's a murder mystery. It's so many things going on in this game. I'm so taken by this game. I am frozen.
Salute.
Yeah, I'm so taken by this game that I highly recommend it if you're into RPGs.
Okay.
Right. I think Addict will like it if he gets a chance to play it. It's not as polished as, let's say, a Final Fantasy, but the game has its uniqueness, and it's totally unique in the way it approaches RPGs. It's like RPGs, and it looks like The Tourist. If anybody likes the look of The Tourist,
Yep.
Like voxels? There's a
exactly-
voxel looking game?
Yes.
Okay.
It looks just like that. It's so funny because their faces, they can make little mean faces. They look kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But playing that, I tried to do some trials this weekend.
Yeah.
Really wasn't feeling it this weekend. So I jumped out of trials and went right back to my Echo Gen.
Any reason why
And-
you wasn't feeling it? Just curious.
Because I got hooked on Echo Gen.
Oh, because you was on your back. Okay, got you. Okay.
Right. Yeah. So like when I'm fighting a boss and I got to actually almost beat him.
I feel like if you was hooked on something, you never would have went to Destiny.
Oh no. Okay. So when my friends jump on, they shoot me. a
Yep,
party
they shoot you
invite.
the message. You know how I go. Yeah.
I jump in the
I feel
party.
like-
We're like, yo, let's do some trials real quick. And then once I lose twice in trials, and I'm really want to play something else.
Yeah, I know. I'll be
already
that
messed
back.
up
I'll be
here.
that back. Yeah, they a little mad with me right now. So this though. Yeah.
That's all I've been playing. I think that game is great. Anybody that sees it inside Game Pass, check it out if you're into RPGs. It's really good. I have not played anything else but that.
No doubt. And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spreading that realness in the realm of the ILP, not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Defining Duke, had some great episodes with the amazing Maddie Plays. One will be up later today, free 99 on that Last Stand Media YouTube. So if you don't want to do no Patreon thing, you can do that. We're talking about a lot of stuff that's going on, obviously 20th anniversary, all that good stuff. And then obviously we had a heart-to-heart talk about Xbox communication. That's on Ultimate. So check that out if you got a chance. Last word with Ebontis, Ty Guy Travis, Campfire family, my man.
Tell me what's up with this chitlin stuff.
Yeah, shout out to Ty Guy because Ty Guy is certified. Like Ty Guy hang with some certified dudes and they be about they chitlin. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, nah. I'm not about that.
Pig intestines. I'm not
Yeah.
eating pig butt. That's not where I'm at.
No,
with
I'm
it.
not with the chitlins, so that's what that. But salute to them. But yeah, very passionate discussion talking about these monetization models with Bungie. Had to kind of be real about it. Little spicy trials, freelance trial segment with me and Travis got whatever. It's all over. It's all love for him. So people think we go at each credit, but in reality, it's all love. We just passionate about the franchise. And after that, for me, it's been Disco Elysium, bro. Oh my Lord,
Finally.
bro.
Let's go.
Because you know what it was, Solve? I waited because it was on PlayStation. I was gonna get it. Right?
Yes.
So then I'm like, I got this funny feeling that when the exclusivity window drops, it might come to Game Pass, right? So I held out. And it didn't come to Game Pass. And it came
rewarded.
It came to Switch. Good at it. What you gonna say?
Oh, but
That's why like I don't wait for that Game Pass thing because it's like I can't wait for a game. Like if I want to play a game, man, I'm not taking like a roll of a dice.
Normally,
hopefully it goes into into Game Pass.
For whatever reason,
Right.
I'm like, this is a game that is critically acclaimed that I gotta feel again. And what's gonna happen is
It was
it's
one of those.
Yeah, it's probably still gonna come.
It was one of that scenario where you was like, I'm interested, but I don't know if it's $40.
Right. I didn't exactly. I was interested because I heard so many great things, and plus my backlog was crazy. So
was it $40?
Nah, it was. I forgot now. I forgot.
I think it's full price.
I think it may be. I don't remember. All I know is at the end of the day.
PlayStation is probably full price. It's probably $750.
Anyway.
It's $7.5.
Yo, I am thoroughly addicted to this game. This game is amazing. Like I could go. I could do a whole show about that. So I'm not gonna get too crazy.
I heard it was not the best on the Switch though.
I don't know what's going on the Switch.
I thought you. I thought you were going there. Oh, you got PlayStation.
I saw it on the Switch, so I hit up the account and was like, "Yo, is Xbox gonna get?" I thought Xbox got left out, and I'm like, "Oh no!" So they were like, "No, it's coming." You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, "All right, cool." So then they released and it dropped. So yeah, Disco Elysium, one of the most best voice acted games going. One of this is the worst detective and worst cop I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's horrible.
Yeah, he's horrible. He's got issues. He's a drunk. It's great. But what's dope about it is that he has. Everything is hardcore RPG. Everything is system checks and what you do.
Yep.
But the thing was dope about it is he got his own conscience fighting himself and talking to you while he going on. So I'm doing the case. And he's like, yo, well, your conscience, it goes like, it's called electrochemistry, right? That's your addiction. And he'd be like, yo, you see that alcohol over there? It's the crime. It's the crime scene. Ain't nobody gonna notice if you got that in your bag. I'm like, yo, this game is promoting alcoholism and craziness, but it's so written. The voice actor who does your conscience is the best. Everything's fully voice acted.
Yes.
Everything, it is hardcore RPG. It is detective sim. Now, to Addict's point, if you looking for combat, it ain't really that. Because at the end of the day, well, to be honest, I haven't really encountered that because my skills are in
That's where
talking.
I draw the line.
Yeah, my skills are in talking, yeah.
I was like, what is it, like turn-based? He's like, well, ain't really no combat. It's okay, I'll keep my money then. Like,
yeah, it's not for you. Like, if you're looking for turn-based combat, this is more detective murder scene, speaking to everybody, getting the facts together, formulating the thing. Look, I could go on about Disco Elysium. I don't want to derail the show.
Played enough Law and Order for everyone.
Yeah. If you want your detective on... this is the game. And you got a partner, he on your Sherlock Holmes and Watson. It's fire. Anyway, Metroid Dread that, and like King said, Charles was signed freelance. But look, let's get a couple more super chats and we got to get into our esteemed guest because he's waiting patiently.
Hold on a second. We got Hargeet Chani. No, we got that one already. The man who got them horns. I remember for a year.
I haven't seen him in a while.
Just showing some love. Hashtag Crystal D.
They starting with the Crystal D.
Hashtag not enough.
Wow.
Where did not enough come from? Where was this come from?
Oh, that was you missed that show. That was King and it was in his bag and and Hustle.
I'll do it again for you today. Don't worry.
It was Hustle, Boom, and King. They was in their bag. Good. Anyway.
Then we got Hargeet Chani, $5 super chat. Lords do not override the king. Hence, the decrees of the king must be upheld by the Lord.
Oh, great.
We will respect the realm when it's time. Anything else?
Then we got put the crest in the chat for the newest member of the realm, Lord Charles King.
Ooh,
I like that.
I like that. Salute.
So,
Man,
just to address the chat, I've locked my DMs again. People are sending me names of games they want me to play.
You asked for
my
it.
DMs again.
No,
people send me something like Kim Possible. What is that? Like, I'm not playing Kim Possible.
You asked to be tortured. You asked for this.
Yeah, you set up. You knew they was gonna come.
Kim Possible.
It's probably a very easy 1,000 gamer score.
Continue,
Then once again, let's welcome the newest member of the realm, Lord Bandana Bush.
Shout out to Bandana Bush. Shout out to him or her. I don't know.
Exactly.
Salute, Lord or lady. Salute. We love everyone. We caught?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, look. Here's it. So look, we got all the business out the way, but look, we got to get into what deal with the Lords of Play, but we got to focus on our esteemed guest, Lord Chris Grannel, his video game system history, his journey into game development, and of course, what led him to becoming the senior game designer. So many classic franchises at Sony Computer Entertainment Europe. So, Lord Chris, let's start from the beginning first. Like, what was some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming?
That's a good question. So, all the way back to being a little kid, really. So, I've got one brother. So we used to play off our parents by, I would ask for like a Master System, he would ask for he'd ask for like a SNES or NES, and then so we'd alternate between the consoles.
Smart.
So when we first, I went all the way back to we went back to like BBC. So BBC Computer, I was kind of like learning with my uncle when I was like young and just do like really basic kind of like programming and stuff. He would just show me how to kind of launch
early,
standardized stuff or do kind of calculators and stuff like that on the BBC, which got me kind of fascinated into technology and stuff. And then that started to move on to the normal kind of journey. So the NES, the Master System, then obviously move up to the SNES and the Mega Drive and so on and so forth.
Hold on. I gotta pull a king on you. I gotta stop you for a second.
No worries.
You can't just gloss over that Master System and that NES talk. Give me some Master System games and some NES games that kind of formed you.
Yeah, so I think so. One of the earliest games which I remember on kind of well, it's like Shinobi. So in the arcade, when I was a kid, it was kind of like Shinobi. It was like those old kind of Streets of Rage, side scrolling like adventure games or action games. So kind of then you upgrade to like RoboCop, the follow up Rolling Thunder and so on and so forth. So all those usual things.
No doubt.
Obviously played Pong way back when, when it was kind of like what is this like video game stuff.
Oh yeah.
And then I think for me to carry on playing kind of true arcade games,
let's go.
I eventually needed to start to move to like PC gaming, but like really early, so going back to like 386s, like old Pentium processors, all this kind of stuff.
That
so
Pentium
really
too.
kind of old. So really old kind of PC gaming.
Yes.
One of the games, actually, just jumping back to Mega Drive. So one of the, I think it was Mega Drive. Yeah, it was definitely Mega Drive.
Yes, Mega Drive. Yes.
There was a game called General Chaos. Does anyone remember it? So it was like an old Electronic Arts game where you were kind of, I think, like a red army and a blue army, and you just had this kind of single screen, little kind of like jump over, like sandbags and barbed wire and stuff, and you'd have this little like either against the AI or 2-player. So me and my brother used to play that, trying to. I think you just had like a little squad of 3 or something. But it's such an awesome game. Kind of early EA and stuff, and then obviously we tried FIFA, old FIFA, which was like the isometric, like kind of 2D. Yeah, it was like the really old kind of like soccer games early on. So that obviously got me addicted to kind of games, and it got me addicted to technology. And I moved quite quickly, as I say, into like PC. So I used to play like X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, Falcon 4 on the PC. So all of these kind of what were really the earliest multiplayer games, so like Doom using like serial cables, between like two so you using like a printer cable between machines and stuff like that to play.
LPT1. Shout out to LPT1.
Ridiculous setups. But obviously everything was like a chore, wasn't it? Everything you had to plug this stuff in. You had to have like a US robotics like modem and all these things. You couldn't use a phone line while you were on the internet and all this kind of stuff. So it got me into kind of like stripping machines apart. So I kind of when I started getting old enough, I remember going into a store in Liverpool. So there used to be a store called HMV, which was a big music store.
That was huge. Yeah, we had HMV.
It was massive. So obviously this is in the age of like physical everything, wasn't it? So you needed kind of like 4-story stores for games, music, film, you name it. And I remember one day that there was a group of Psygnosis developers. So way back when. So they were showing off Wipeout before it was released on these big tellies in HMV.
Wow.
So me and my brother kind of went in on our lunch and we kind of saw the guys playing it. So we had to go. We started like feeling what the game was like and so on and so forth. And got chatting to these devs where for us, like for me, when Psygnosis started, like a lot of the devs were kind of, like rock stars. So like early game development was proper kind of rock star stuff. So guys had like Ferraris in the car park.
Wait. Hold on. We got to slow you up.
Good. Hold on.
So they had, you went to the HMV, right? And let me paint the picture. So the devs are showing you, now this is the original Wipeout PS1, never before seen, which was graphically amazing for its time. Right? And we
unbelievably amazing.
Not only was it graphically amazing, remember, I'm gonna be confession. Call fraud alert on. You gotta put a fraud alert on me on this. I wasn't know nothing about techno or electronic
Oh, no.
until Wipeout came. And I was like, yo, the beats in this is crazy.
King and I know about techno and electronica. Many a nights at the downtown, man, clubs.
We will not talk about that, sir. People
No, I just want to paint the picture because
Leave it right there.
this is a huge deal, right? And then now you're telling me, so the devs, they do a special event at HMV. You and your brother go. And you're seeing it by, and they had the Ferraris in the lot. These devs was looking good. That's like, no, them Sony checks was that good back then, bro.
It was so there's no Ferraris in HMV, but obviously these devs were kind of like looked upon as like rock stars. And obviously when Psygnosis first started, you used to see photos of like the car park where Psygnosis was, and it used to have like Ferraris and stuff. So like Ian Hetherington, who started it, so Ian Hetherington and it'll come to me the other guy. So a couple of guys who started it, like Ian Hetherington was like a multi-millionaire. He had like supercars, and it was kind of big money then. You know, people were getting kind of big paychecks. They were kind of selling games and so on and so forth. So these guys were looked at like
spreading money around.
This early Jimmys.
Early days of worldwide.
You might say there was worldwide money going on.
Yeah, these guys were like, they were rock stars in the day. So here's me, and I must have been it was probably 15, 16, 17, that age there. So I'm kind of playing the game. I'm looking up to this, and I'm just like, that was the day where I was like, I want to make games. And it's such a weird throwaway comment, because like these were like game designers, and you're like, there's kind of like rock stars here and so on and so forth. And everyone was just kind of in awe of how cool this game looked. The music was pumping on the sound system.
But you was worried about the cars. It's like, yo, that game is nice, but he's driving that, and I need
those cars.
You needed that yacht.
Those cars make it better.
Ooh, Ferraris. Where you gonna sign me up at? Because the local bus driver, and he goes home in a Pinto.
Yeah, he's not driving a Ferrari.
No, he's not driving a Ferrari. No.
So it was like it was kind of the early days of it. Was almost like music industry. As I say, these guys were like rock stars, like they were making platinum records and so on and so forth.
I love to see
and that kind of gave me the buzz to I want to be a game designer. Since that day I wanted to make games. And obviously the journey isn't, you don't just wake up and you can become one or whatever. So I had to
let's talk about it.
I remember sending a letter into Psygnosis to say, I'd like to be considered for a game design job, blah blah blah. And I got this letter back, really nice letter, but it was kind of like, we don't have anything, we'll hold your name on file and stuff.
The typical.
And I just thought that was like a typical, a nice kind of rejection.
The nice rejection that let you down easy.
Because I'm sending this letter, and I've got like no kind of university education or degrees or anything, which is something that game dev studios and stuff look for now.
Right.
I don't always agree with that, but it's a way of like weaning out loads of applications, really. So I know why they do it. So I got this rejection letter. I was like, okay, well, that's gone. And I go out and I started kind of just tinkering and building PCs and stuff like that. So I just play around with tech. I used to love like motherboards and soldering and all this kind of stuff.
Nice.
And then I got into kind of 2D CAD design. So I started doing kind of interiors for offices and stuff.
Yep.
And I did that for about 12 months, and then I got a letter out of the blue from Psygnosis saying, do you want to come in for an interview? We've got some like roles or whatever. I was like, what? So,
wait, hold on. You had to be blown away by that, because at that point, you didn't have, the game experience at the time when you applied, but it goes to show you that they legitimately did keep you in the system.
Yeah.
And still offer. So let me ask you, because generally, I know over here in the States, it's kind of like, maybe QA or some of the, I'm trying to think of like the entry level positions at that time, if you could school us on that.
Yeah, so it would be QA. So I I'd got in, guns blazing, going, I want to be a game designer, not knowing what the hell a game designer was, really. Just thinking that you sit in a room and just go, like, ideas. Make this game, just throw it to people.
Absolutely.
So I got this letter back, and it was kind of like, right, Chris, you want to come in for an interview? We've got some QA positions. So, it was kind of like, we've got these roles. So I go in and go, actually, well, a game tester would be cool, wouldn't it? Playing games, getting paid, to test games all day. Absolutely. So I go in for this interview, hit it off with the guys, a really good interview. It lasted a good hour and a half. But it swayed quite quickly to the fact that I could build PCs. And this is back in 93, 94. So not many people at home were like building PCs, taking out these like Pentium 3 processors and stuff. And you name it, it was kind of when you built a PC, like a little part of the RAM could be dead, and you have to like troubleshoot the whole machine.
The whole thing.
Now you just plug everything
bro.
in.
You had did you have your static discharge cable?
Your static
Make sure you're grounded. This that good, that A+ certification. I know where you at. I know PC. Let's go.
I realize that's not for me.
Listen, Attic about that life. Attic could do that stuff, man.
Plug and play.
Well, now it's so much plug and play. So that was the thing that really kind of switched it. So I think originally they were like, okay, we'll bring you in and we'll test games. And they had a decent 20, 30, 40 game testers at the time. Nice. But obviously they were testing games on PC. They were testing games on PlayStation, on, you name it. It was kind of a set of like consoles, because it was Psygnosis. So they were a kind of multi-platform publisher developer at that time.
Right.
And then, essentially, because I could build PCs, I got brought in as like a QA tech tester. So it was like building rigs, testing PC stuff. And that basically was like the foot in the door. And once you're in there, you're kind of on the ground then learning how development happens. So you learn how important QA is. You learn how you start to speak to kind of developers, because you're back and forth over issues with the code or the hardware or whatever it may be.
Right.
And I slowly started to get into the business of game development. Then I started to think about, actually, well, a game designer doesn't just sit there making these ideas up and people build it. So a game designer is like a man manager, ideas creation, but you're also doing like scripting, you're doing, commentary script or, verbal scripting. So that was kind of a manager role. And then you've got, front-end devs, back-end devs, graphics, and so on and so forth. And I kind of learned the business of development and enjoyed my time in QA. But within about 18 months, a position came up for a designer on F1. Ooh. So it was like the first F1 that was coming in-house to... So basically, the original F1s that Psygnosis published were done by Bizarre Creations.
Yes, Bizarre Creations. Yeah. Oh, I remember this.
So those are the guys that built it, and Psygnosis published it. During my kind of stint in that QA period, that's when Sony acquired Psygnosis. So they come in and basically went, you guys are going to start making PlayStation-only games. You're going to make console-only games, and that multi-platform developer's gone. Which was
it's over. You gonna make it for this box here and that box only, and that's when the tires became round. Because I'm gonna tell you this: when PlayStation got a hold of the F1 license, that's when we were talking about round.
How'd I know somehow you was gonna bring PlayStation in this? Like, for some reason, I feel like there's a caviar in this.
No. Okay, that's the first. His game is the first F1 game that I purchased.
Yes, me too. I can't wait. I'm waiting for this, because this got me into a lot. Yeah, me and King was in this bag.
I had no idea I needed to play an F1 game until I saw it in like Game Fan or EGM. I don't know which magazine I saw it in, but I saw the tires were round. Right. And usually you get those block tires.
Yes.
Virtual Racing and all these other games. You got block tires.
Yep.
Some games came out with no tires in the cars. We'll get to that later. But this game, I remember the tires were round. And I was so enamored with the round tires. I said, I got to buy this game. Yeah. So, I was one of your patrons. I was one of your customers.
Continue.
No, I love that. And it was kind of, obviously Sony started to try and like control you know, the Psygnosis Destiny. I don't mean control in like a horrible way at this time.
Right.
You know, they were basically like, well, we've got our own kind of internal studio, so we can bring F1 in house. You know, they paid a lot of money for that license for the next, you know,
that's a
6
big
or 7
that's
years.
a huge license. I would assume, especially in Europe. Like, because I just want to stop you for a second because again, what King is saying is kind of. It's so funny because King, I agree with him as far as like, you know, what gets you into stuff, right? And for me, you know, one of the things I always tell people like NHL hockey on EA's games got me into watching hockey in real life, right? In the States, we didn't have F1. We had, as far as on TV, it would be like Indy racing. Indy 500. So I would watch those guys, you know, Mario Andretti, Michael Andretti, that kind of thing, Paul Tracy, these guys, right? And I remember getting into it. And what happens is people were like, oh, that's cool, but the real joint is F1, right? And that's how I learned about that. And so it's so interesting how video games can spark it because like King was saying, like F1 was one of those titles. It was like the hardcore simulation racing with pit stops and tire where we talk about like all these things. And correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, like wasn't there commentary in race? Like that's a big deal at that time for PS1, PS2.
Yeah, massive. Yeah, because you know, we were working so in F1 in Europe and globally there was, you know, the famous Murray Walker. So he was like this big voice of F1. So we had to kind of write the script and stuff. And this was the part where you kind of learn what goes into it. Because, you know, I think naively, I thought that, you know, there's a few kind of scenarios and commentators or whoever are doing like voice acting essentially are kind of making up, you know, they're having kind of natural conversations and stuff,
right?
And it's not that at all. You know, I literally wrote, you know, 10-20 plus thousand lines of commentary, and it's like every line, it's every permutation, and obviously technology has got better, so those joins sound much better, even across like FIFA games or NHL games or so on and so forth. But it was a real kind of labor of love where you would have to say, you know, LordCognito wins the race, and then it'd have to be like, you know, King wins the race, you know, Lord Sovereign wins the race, and you've got to do that for kind of 22 drivers. Then you've got to do the permutation of, you know, if you want like a nice little natural sound and snippet of, you know, in first place is, you know, LordCognito, in second place, but then it can't always just be in second place. So then you have to write kind of 20 versions of coming second, then in second, or you know, all of this stuff.
Yes.
When I because I remember I got like there for a little bit. I was into like heavenly modding, especially like the original Pokemon games. So like when I would write a script for those, because I was modding Pokemon games, like making whole storylines in Pokemon. Like it's great. Like you would have to tell it pretty much like, okay, when you get to this kind of scenario, if this variable checks, do this script. Like it took me months to learn all that shit. Like it was
what I remember most about F1 was the fact that you had the PlayStation Link cable. I remember that.
Oh, the Link cable!
And you could play an entire season with the other person. It wasn't just one race. It wasn't just regular multiplayer. It was like you can play the entire. It was like 16, 17 races.
You could do a full season.
It wasn't you that played the whole season.
No, that was Marco.
That's what I'm saying. We got to shout out Colbera. Because Colbera, shout out. He's an original Lord. He always listens.
Yes,
he was the one that got me into F1 because again, the foundation was IndyCar races. See, in the States, we didn't have any hardcore. Like it was like
none of that.
Well, we had like Super Monaco GP. I would say,
Monaco,
Monaco GP. You know, and like King was saying, everything else was like the rough tires. You know, pole position, Virtua racing.
Everybody say, I saw those tires. I was like, okay.
I remember.
And remind me. Did it also have weather effects? I could have sworn it had rain effects, or maybe it was a later one. But I know the tires was a big deal. But I remember rain, like you could see the slickness of the water on the tires.
Yeah, so we had weather effects, but obviously the kind of last one we did, which was Championship Edition, had some of like the best weather effects.
Yes,
because Studio Liverpool had some of the greatest like graphics engine programmers that I'd ever
Yes.
worked with. So, and that was the thing with Studio Liverpool, and this is one of the things which is kind of it breaks my heart to this day. And we get into it in a bit, but there's kind of this like there's this commentary in social media and the kind of like the gaming circles as we see, where it's kind of like Xbox have kind of ruined Lionhead and they've destroyed this studio.
And the narrative.
And really, if you look at you look at the narrative, there's like 2 studios really that closed down. The Lionhead thing. Lionhead were great, but then as as gaming as a business, Lionhead become too experimental for Microsoft, for Xbox, and it would have been too experimental for Sony. Or you can't just make these games which will in 5 years it may mature, or you can do this or you can do that, and it's kind of, and it's someone playing with someone else's money, it's someone trying things, and that's what Peter Molyneux is effectively doing towards the end of the end of that kind of reign.
I definitely, I agree with you on that, because like it's like a scenario that we have with Bungie, like let me turn this off. I don't know what I can't hear my notifications because my headset's on, so I heard it go off once. But so the thing that I always get irritated with is like, look, there is a lot of times where it is outside influence. Like there is like what happened with Dead Space. Visual definitely was influenced by EA. Does that happen a lot? Debatable. We don't really know what goes on to there, but I do feel like we get into this corner where we always want to blame the publisher, but never want to put no blame on the developer. Like, and I'm not saying like Bungie. Prime example. Love Bungie to death, love their game to death, but they're still making the same bad decisions they were when they were with Activision, then they were with not Activision. So it's just like sometimes, it's both parties. It's not just one. Like it's just like everyone can get this blame. And when it came to Lionhead Studios, I love that. It was Fable. I love the franchise, but they were on the decline. And it's just like, at one point in time, people had to have hard conversations, and it's arguably that Fable was always the decline. Because me personally, a lot of people think Fable 2 is the GOAT, but I thought Fable 1 was the GOAT. And to me, they did nothing but a decline, and then they made that atrocious Fable Legends that was that was the end of it.
Listen, it is what it is. It is what it is. Continue, because I do want to hear where you were going.
No, and I think
with that.
Yeah, so and I think that kind of exists within any kind of game development circle. So whether someone's under kind of Activision's umbrella, Sony's umbrella, Xbox's umbrella, you name it, the problem that you encounter within that type of environment is, and it's the same for any kind of working environment, you will always start to create kind of cliques. So you'll always start to create, bunches of people who go, well, actually, it's going in the wrong direction. We need to make this tweak, or we need to make that tweak. And what happens is then you have kind of senior producers, or you have kind of studio management, or so on and so forth, who sometimes allow that to kind of grow and fester, and that starts to create division. And before that kind of division existed, you look at the games that Studio Liverpool were putting out. We had Wipeout, we had a great Formula One franchise, where some people still to this day say, F1 Championship Edition is their kind of favorite F1 game. Even though Codemasters have done a great job with what they've been doing. And then you've got, a lot of people kind of working on, they started helping out on kind of MotorStorm games and stuff like that, because there was that kind of Evo Studio Liverpool merger. And I think as kind of Sony became more and more kind of fixated on trying to kind of beat other people at their own game. So it went from like a studio that was kind of creating new and unique, IP to a studio that then kind of got tasked with, well, you need to kind of look at making a football game now because FIFA's doing so well. You need to look at making like a Call of Duty game, a first-person shooter, because of cars.
How fast did that happen? Because I mean, back in the PS1 days, starting out, it really did feel like it was the Wild West. Like you really could make anything. If you look at the amount of games, period, on the PlayStation 1 and the amount of sort of experimental stuff and weird stuff, you would think that people just had carte blanche to do like, okay, just make something with these 3D graphics and see what happens. So how fast did it happen? Was it just, you know, the PlayStation's an overnight success, all of a sudden now we have to start churning out specific types of games? Or was it like a gradual thing, 3, 4, 5 years into the life cycle?
I think it was that. So I think if you look at Psygnosis in its core, so Psygnosis with a publisher and developer that brought things out like G-Police, Destruction Derby, Crazy Ivan.
That's why I
Discworld,
love PlayStation 1, man. I have such a love for PS1 for these games. Continue.
And they bought out kind of like brave decision games.
Yes.
You know, they turned around and they kind of put it on PC, they put it on console, they put it on everything they could, you name it. But they were brave with those decisions, and I think the people in charge, you know, like Ian Hetherington, as I say, and you've got Martin Kenwright and so on and so forth, they were people who would kind of say, well, that's something new. And Psygnosis was that kind of edgy developer publisher brand, you know. Do you guys remember that kind of first Wipeout post then? It was, so it was the girl with like a bloody nose.
With
like,
the bloody
overdose and stuff. It's like... So, and it was kind of like this game with the music, with the kind of style and stuff is going to like blow your brains out. And it was kind of,
they wanted to separate themselves so far from F-Zero. To show you that this is like the adult version of F-Zero grew up. And the music separated. Well, let's say the CD actually changed everything, you know, because, you know, the Nintendo's cartridge, so it had their, you know, their music, and they did what they did with the compression techniques. CD actually freed up the PlayStation devs to a point where, like you were saying, the voice and the script and the amount of script that you was able to put in on certain things, like you doing, like you said, LordCognito comes in second. Oh, coming in second is LordCognito. Oh, and coming in second. You know, so you were able to do those things where if you're doing it on Nintendo's property, the cartridge itself is limiting what you can actually do. When I saw Wipeout for the first time and I heard the music in the background, and then I saw the speed that was going on.
And it wasn't 60. It didn't run at 60.
Right.
And but
let me tell you, like we gotta give Wipeout its roses. Like that's what I'm glad you said that, King, because at the end of the day, it's like that's the Sony I love, right? Like these risks, these games you never seen before, very hardcore.
Not just big budget.
It was. They were trying different things. But like, I just want to get this off because it's like Wipeout was one of those games for me because I loved F-Zero. Don't get me wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like I was all that, but you said it best. It was like that, this hardcore, just the energy of the game, and then you can combine the music and the speed, the sense of speed and the mastery that you had to put in with it. And Chris, just to give it back to you real quick, and I'll open it back up, was you were part of, what is it, was it HD Fury? Which one were you on? I just want to be clear.
Yeah, so it was HD Fury. So I did a little bit of support work on you know, some of the early Wipeouts, like really quick support work, because I was in the middle of the kind of F1 journey, so the license was split between the two. I did some HD Fury. We were working on kind of a new Wipeout game when I got seconded to Guerrilla Games, and I think what happened is Sony started to kind of lose confidence in, you know, Wipeout became a very kind of niche product, and people who loved Wipeout loved Wipeout, and people who were new to Wipeout found it really difficult to kind of pick up because it was so fast, because you know, all of that side of things.
It was hard.
And we were trying to do something, you know, different with Wipeout at that time. We were kind of, you know, playing around with concepts and so on and so forth. And then I got seconded to Guerrilla Games because obviously Guerrilla Games were struggling to kind of get Killzone 2 out on time, I would say. Great studio.
You weren't in charge of that video, were you?
That was
No, I wasn't in charge of
CGI
the.
trailer.
I wasn't in charge of the CGI trailer. No.
yo.
That existed.
Why are you trying to put that on him?
That existed before me.
Why you had to come for? Why you had to
all
come
in
for
jest.
Chris like that?
He
Kid?
knows it's all in jest because for people that don't understand, and he knows exactly what I'm talking about. Like, he's like, yo, no, not at all. Yeah, it was a CGI trailer that they put with. This is when we learned the vertical slice.
Yes.
You know, it was a lot of things that taught us lessons as consumers, and it was trial and error. And this is one of those games that will always stand as a pillar. But I give credit to Sony in this aspect.
What's up?
They made sure. I think it was Killzone 2. Was it Killzone 2 that actually replicated that trailer that they put together that the first one couldn't do? But they actually got it right on the second one, and I commend them for not giving up and continuing to make sure that game actually got out how they envisioned it the first time. The hardware wasn't able the first time, but that PlayStation 2, I think it was a PlayStation 2 or PlayStation 3.
It was Killzone, because Killzone 1 and 2 were PS2, I believe. Don't get me. And then PS3 was 3. But
Chris,
maybe
educate us. Yeah, correct
Yes.
us.
Yeah, please, because we.
Maybe they were all
I'm trying to
PS3.
remember. No, Killzone 2 was PS3, and
Okay, to it.
that was essentially the thing that caused. So
Right.
to be fair to like Griller,
Yes.
I think Sony PR kind of stitched Griller up on that kind of visual. So the reason that kind of vertical slice existed, and there was a third party company that kind of like rendered that kind of on bridge action and so on and so forth.
Yes, I remember.
And that should have been for kind of internal purposes only. And as King was rightfully saying, it was used to kind of give the dev team the ability to visualize, what the FOV would be, how it would kind of, how it would sit within the game, how the weapon would sit and move and so on and so forth.
Right.
And it was one of the easiest ways of kind of work with the lead artist and so on and so forth, and let's capture the essence of what this game needs to feel like, when you're up against a wall and so on and so forth. I think what happened is Sony PR got really kind of excited by it because it was a great rendered, it was a great rendered kind of video, but they kind of put this out and then slapped this big, kind of like captured on PlayStation 3 or whatever, and tried to,
I gotta stop you for a second.
It was kind of PS3, game.
We gotta get him for 1 sec, and I normally don't do this, but King is right and you're right, because now the way you're explaining it now it makes sense, right? Because internally that should go to an internal team and say, hey, this is the scope, this is the vision,
This is what we're trying.
this is what we're trying to do, y'all,
let's
right?
get to it.
Internally. But the mistake was, it then, I guess, like you said, Chris, right? Sony probably got excited. They hype about this project. They put it on the E3. This is an infamous E3 moment. Like, King, I don't want to sugarcoat this. Like,
They were looking for their Halo killer.
Yeah, they were looking for the Halo killer.
As that.
And bro, to this day, like few games was able to replicate that. And the part that was so egregious was they doubled down. Because a lot of gaming media was like, yo.
It's the game.
Yeah, they were like, no, that's in-game play. Because I go from when I saw this thing, I was like, the cell processor, oh my God, it's over. I was like, Xbox is not going to be able, 360 ain't going to be able to deal with this. This is ridiculous. The cell, that's all you heard about, bro. So it was one of those funny moments now that you look back in gaming history, and King said it on the money, which is, the difference between a vertical slice and what is actually in game.
See, but the thing is, a vertical slice is technically something it's achievable in game. This wasn't a vertical slice. This was a CGI trailer.
It was a CGI trailer.
That's what a vertical slice used to be. That's what it used to represent. But companies are starting to take advantage of that term.
Yeah, they're expanding what it means.
They're taking a part of that game, but they're putting all the bells and whistles, knowing that game's not going to have those bells and whistles. Like, I agree with you guys on, like, back then Sony used to like play around with a lot of loose cash than what they do now. Like, they used to experiment a lot more.
Right. Yeah.
But like, I feel like it might be an argument there that the reason they started getting successful is because they started fight tuning and not trying to get the Halo killer, not trying to compete in a lot of different areas. And they try to, all right, we're spreading ourselves too thin. Let's focus on what we're doing good. Uncharted's doing well. Let's do everything like that. Then when Last of Us came out, they're like, tell every studio every game gotta look like Last of Us. Like,
good.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. You were staying on that moment and
no, it's good. And the vertical slice was effective. It was born out of kind of getting a game greenlit in Sony.
Yes.
So what you would have to do is you put together your presentation, you put together your kind of like key features, you know, a bit of your concept artwork, so on and so forth, and then you sit in front of higher management and go, this is the game we want to kind of work on. And they go, well, tweak that, tweak this, tweak that, and come back and pitch to us again. So you go and do those tweaks, and then you pitch again, and they go, yeah, we like it. Now show us kind of visually what it could be like. And that's where your kind of vertical slice would exist. So I think Psygnosis and kind of early Sony used to kind of experiment with those things. I think when the F1 license went, and when kind of Wipeout started to kind of burn out, so to speak, when it was kind of, you know, your fans love it, and then but new players aren't coming to so the numbers for the last kind of Wipeout weren't as high as what everyone wanted them to be. And you had all your kind of hardcore, and you didn't have, you didn't have anyone kind of adopting it.
It made it to the Vita, right? Or was it?
It made it to the Vita. There was an HD Fury one that was fire.
Yeah, it was on. Yeah, it was on Vita. It was on obviously the consoles and stuff. But it didn't attract like the numbers. And then that's when kind of like Sony were going through this period, and this was kind of like a dark period. And this is the thing which, I haven't got anything against Colin Moriarty or people within the kind of industry, but when kind of Xbox get called out all the time, as we said before about this kind of Lionhead situation and so on and so forth. Right. I was at Sony for 14 years. So, when I left Sony, I'd been at Sony, half of my life basically, or more than half of my life. And I basically lived through annual culling of developers. So it became an annual event where you knew that once you get to kind of February, March, something's going to happen. So either a studio is going to lose devs, a studio is going to be shut down, or so on and so forth. So that narrative kind of angers me, because I saw Studio London get closed down, I saw Soho get closed down, I saw Cambridge get shut down. You name it. I saw Manchester in the early days. Psygnosis Manchester get shut down. I saw all these studios kind of close. Right. And it wasn't kind of like we tried this and we failed and so on and so forth.
What do you think?
They were all off the back of these kind of like concept and phases that we used to call. So these green lights, and they go, try these, and then if something didn't get greenlit, it was like, right, you need to start working on like a football game, or you need to work on there, and you've got like an F1 team, part of an F1 team, and Wipeout, so people who are brilliant at kind of racing games. So why not turn around and say, let's do another racing game, let's do a Forza Horizon, let's do something with that pedigree, right? To then go, right, you guys need to make a football game now, or a football concept, and it's kind of like, well, you might get a handful of people who enjoy soccer, but the rest of them are like, don't even care for it. So why are they then going to kind of go off and go, we're going to make this like greatest football game that's going to compete with FIFA and stuff? And that's where they started kind of losing their kind of way a little bit. And it was based on what Sovereign was saying. It was based on, but like Uncharted was really good, and this game was really good. So can we not just make all of these kind of same games? So. The last concept that we worked on, the last concept we were working on was a game called Aftermath. So we called it Aftermath, and it was basically, the kind of pitch was exotic cars in kind of, war-torn or unusual places. So it was kind of like racing exotic cars around, war-torn countries. It could be, weather-torn countries, you name it, these things. We merged at the time with kind of Evo, and it became kind of an Evo project. It became like, Motorstorm Apocalypse or whatever, and it was then where kind of people started to kind of lose their interest then. So we lost developers to Canada, which was kind of coming in a big way, with
Canada was on
tax
the rise at
breaks
that
and
point,
so on
yeah.
and so forth. And then you get to a point where your studio isn't making any money because all you've done is task them with concepts, and concepts don't make money. Games that get released and make money. And that was the end of Studio Liverpool on the back of Cambridge. So the UK, which for me had some of the most talented kind of like Sony devs, has got nothing. It's disappeared. It's completely gone. And these people are in Canada, they're in America, or they've started kind of
the talent
these indie devs, so like
Who's in
Lucid
charge
or
of that area? no, I believe Jim.
I do have a question. I do have a question for you. Were you? I don't know if you was like directly part of it, but I'm sure you participated in like a lot of like how these studios pitch games. Like, could you explain that process? Is there like a way that like back then like studios knew like certain ways that they would have to pitch a game for Sony to be more open to it, or was it like one blanket fits all? Because I've always been curious on like how studios approach like, we want to make this game, but we got to find a good way to pitch it for it to get greenlit.
Yeah, so it for an internal, so for a first party studio, or internal as we used to say, you were basically given the recipe, but the recipe was, it was UK based or European based directors or managers.
Okay.
And then eventually you've got to pitch that idea to Japan. And
that must be
there was a very kind of, there was a very different, there was a very different thought process between Sony Japan and Sony Europe at the time.
A lot of cultural difference as well.
Completely different. Let me interrupt you real quick. So you said there was like a process, people you talk to, then they talk to other people, and then you go like whoever's going to go present it. Would like when you talk to the people directly above the chain, would they kind of like, if they like the idea, would they kind of like give you a way to present it in a better way than what you're doing? Like, because like to me, like I remember like what the PhilSpencer interview where he was very vocal on, if you don't got that go-to person in that room, a lot of games are getting canceled. Like, you don't got that person in that's gonna go in there and ride and die that game. That game's getting canceled. Like, it's not. I mean, not canceled. Can't cancel something that's not been greenlit.
Right.
But,
It
was going to fly. Right.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it was. So you'd have a senior producer or senior game director who would be speaking to kind of senior management in different parts of the business globally, and they would be the people who would get a briefing to say, Sony are now trying to compete with Call of Duty, or Sony are trying to compete with FIFA, or Sony are trying to compete with these elements that are out there, or Sony wants something new, and so on and so forth. But you would get kind of a direction in where they wanted to go.
Right.
And for me, I think there's merit in trying to say, actually, this is doing well in the industry. Can we make a better version of it? I think that kind of stands in any walk of life. King will know more than anyone. This company makes like a really good, kind of statue, but this company makes like a more premium version, which doesn't have like seam lines and so on and so forth. It's painted really nice and stuff. So I think there's merit of trying to kind of do something which is better, or a slightly different take on a genre. The issue that I had personally is you've got a studio full of talented individuals who have not only worked, but they've created their own. We created our own graphics engine for F1. We created our own graphics engine for Wipeout.
Wow.
So we weren't using off-the-shelf engines. At one point, we were talking about using kind of Unreal.
What he's saying is true. Like the middleware and stuff like that, these devs have not easy. Okay, it's just they have a lot of tools in the toolbox that they can go to, and very early on, these developers had to make their own graphics engine, had to make their own physics engines, had to do their own things, and that got, if it was really successful, that got thrown into the toolkit for other developers in that in-house Sony thing to use. So I understand what you're saying. Like early on, money was flying all over the place. But at some point in time, the cap has to come on.
Of course.
The valve has to cease. Because in one area where you have a game that is successful, you have several games that aren't. And you have to look...
just to interrupt you real quick, they used to say that one of the best ways that Sony used to finance stuff like that is like their big game would finance like 3 other smaller games.
Yeah.
But that can't
So,
work.
well, no, I was just telling you how.
Yeah, I
that
know.
kind of
No, that's
mindset
when
used to
money
be
was
back then.
flying. You know,
Yeah.
back in those days, money's flying all over the place.
Right.
Stock market, everything's going crazy. Now,
There's a
when they
reason why
look
people were
over-
driving Ferraris.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, like, you
This
understand?
is a good
Like,
conversation. Yeah.
right?
No, no,
So-
absolutely. Yeah, okay, and I'll
So
jump in
now
after
when
you.
you get to this space where the company's bleeding money, and okay, our big title made X amount of dollars and funded these 3 titles here that all 3 flopped. Now, the excess money that this title made is gone.
Yeah.
It didn't go anywhere in growth. So now you're dependent on them doing that formula again for said big title. And then you get gun shy in making those 3 flops again. So I can understand when the company looks over and says, you know what, we're going to stick to the big titles only because this is what's making us money, and our leaping out
People
the
being
window
safe.
for these
Yeah.
other titles was flopping.
No,
I can
it-
I can understand.
This is a
that.
good.
And I-
Go ahead,
I have
get at it, and I'm going to jump after
one
you.
more quick
Yeah,
question.
please,
for
please.
Chris. When it like obviously you can't speak for everything
Right.
because you know you've worked in the industry a decent amount. I'm curious if like from like publishers like Sony publishers, you know, I'm sure you have friends in the industry too that you know you heard horror stories. Do you think sometimes publishers set unrealistic expectations that a developer
good
can
question.
never achieve?
Good question.
I think, Joe, I wouldn't say like Sony set unrealistic expectations for us as first party studio. I think, Joe, some publishers will focus on kind of, the greed element. So, they will kind of create underhand, contracts and stuff, which doesn't favor the developers.
Right.
There are plenty of like great publishers out there and up and coming publishers who have kind of helped, indies or smaller, AA or AAA studios, kind of achieve what they've needed to achieve. I think the difficulty is as King was saying, Joe, at some point you've got to kind of watch the purse strings. And Joe, in its height, if you looked at like Sony Computer Entertainment in Europe, so we exclude Japan and America and so on and so forth, Joe, hundreds if not thousands of developers across, Cambridge, London, you name it. But if you look at London, was kind of, they were printing money with things like, SingStar and, all of these kind of like arcade, casual games.
Oh, yeah.
And I think when the demise happened with those kind of casual gamer markets and stuff like that, I think the problem that Sony had is they didn't have a backup plan. So they didn't go, well, what do we flip this studio to? So Sony had the balls to make The Getaway, which was like their version of like GTA.
Yes.
And it was, it wasn't, it was okay for me. It was never at the quality of GTA, but one of the qualities that it did have is it almost kind of replicated central London in like a one-to-one manner, better than kind of, Watch Dogs Legions did. So ignore the graphical fidelity of it. But if you lived in London, the street or the road was exactly there in the game where you would expect it to. So if you lived in London, like, you guys where you live in, New York and other places, you could drive down the road and go to like the local store or whatever it may be in the game. It was that kind of like one-to-one. But that was kind of Sony trying to create the GTA because GTA was so popular. Right. And I think Sony got kind of fixated on, instead of like inventing, they were trying to reinvent what was popular. And I think that caused a lot of like the demise of these studios, because it was kind of like try and make, as I say, a better version of this, try and make a better version of that, and so on and so forth, instead of saying, actually, this is a talented bunch of guys and girls who have made some great games. Can we not sit down and kind of, look at, what can we use the talent of the studio for, or can we use it better with other studios?
Right.
That's why, a chunk of the guys from, so it wasn't just me from Liverpool. There was like pretty much a large portion of like 3D artists were working on Killzone 2 from Cambridge. There was 10, 20, 30 of us from Studio Liverpool working on Killzone, whether it was like AI programmers or, graphics artists or game designers or you name it. So I think at one point Killzone 2 had 400 people on the game around Europe.
It was
Not-
huge
you know, not-
expectations
yeah.
for that game.
It was massive, and I think you can't just kind of sustain infinite flops, as
Right.
King said. That's right.
Yeah.
But you had Sony kind of bringing Polyphony over.
I remember
And
Polyphony.
say, well,
Digital.
Polyphony, you make the F1, you make the next F1, and it's like, and then you're sat there as a team going, well, why are you bringing Polyphony over to make our next game when we've done a good job of this game?
I'm sorry.
It was
internal,
really kind of interesting.
Yeah.
There was interesting politics, and I think it started to kind of see cracks emerge because certain people felt
Of course.
kind of unappreciated and so on and so forth. And I'm not just saying that's kind of like a Sony only thing,
No.
because one of the things with people, sorry, I was going to say one of the things that people give me like crap for on Twitter and stuff. So me and I could say like 50% of the devs, like we used to play on the OG Xbox. So this is when we worked for Sony. So we used to play on the OG Xbox because you could mod it. You could kind of hack about with it. You could turn it into an MP3 player. You could, you could do all
hard drive in
kinds
the
of stuff
box.
with it.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You could turn it into like a little dev kit and so on and so forth. So we used to like play with the OG Xbox. And then with anything in life, you get friends who are on Xbox Live and so on and so forth. So a lot of my kind of friends and my gaming is in the kind of modern era as being on Xbox. I have lots of friends on Xbox and so on and so forth. Doesn't mean I don't play PlayStation exclusives, but I primarily play on Xbox.
Right.
But then you have this narrative on social media because I speak highly of kind of Xbox games.
Oh, yeah, they're going to say, I was going to say, Chris, you sure you wouldn't do this? They're going to be like, oh, use a disgruntled employee. That's the narrative they're going to say.
So the narrative was all that kind of stuff. It was like disgruntled employee, like we fell out and all this. Like I was kind of like Jim Ryan's right hand man.
You was Jim Ryan.
I was that important.
You was right at the top and y'all fell out.
If it was something like that, Chris, when I asked you to the Sony and stuff put unrealistic expectation, you'd be like, yeah, they do Addict. I didn't know what to do. They put so much pressure on me, Addict.
They're going to be like, yo, I'm telling you, Phil done hit Chris up. He's about to come out with a bag. It's an Xbox game coming. This is the only reason he talking bad. But I'm joking, but
you gotta really understand his frustration, and I understand it because he saw these talented dudes making F1 racing games and games that they understood. Listen, when you live, breathe, and work hard at a craft, and you craft it to that to your apex, because you was the premier guys with F1. Let's be honest, right?
Were they?
And to take those premier guys and place them in a first-person shooter game, and then bring in somebody else.
That's the part.
To do an F1 game, I would feel a damn way. Like I would feel a way too.
I want to jump in real quick. Okay,
just real quick before you go. Like we're seeing that now with Ben Studio. Like they made Days Gone. It was successful. It sold well. Maybe it didn't review the greatest.
Right.
They had them working on another game that they pulled out from underneath them. Then they had that other studio that was working on the Last of Us remake that they pulled from out of underneath them.
Valid point.
So
and that's where I was going, because again, this is not to attack everybody, but what Chris is getting at, because we've seen this narrative solve, right? Where we've seen it's like
this is happening with other companies,
right? Like we've seen this narrative that either Xbox or whatever, and that Sony nurtures their studios and stuff like that, and that everything is a natural thing. And in some cases, that is the case. I'm not going to sit there and act like there was no nurturing, but there's also
they nurture Naughty Dog, Saint Monica, and Insomniac, and that's pretty much all.
But there's also cases of dysfunction, right? And we cannot discount the PS3 era on some levels and some of these stories that Chris is talking about, because at the end of the day, it goes to show you that things go through regimes, things goes through changes, and people can get disgruntled, because if you have a group of people who are talented, like Chris is talking about, they're skilled in these things, and their creative juices is there, and now you tell them, hey, you're going to be doing these type of games that may be outside of their skill set because, like Attic is saying, the publisher who are higher up is seeing the trends that's going on and what's popular, and let's do that, right? That can change the culture of a studio, and then you can see people disband. You see, like Chris is talking about, they're going to Canada.
That's why you see that's why you see Xbox now, especially in that latest interview with MattBooty. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but and where they really double down on the fact is like, we let them make what they want to make.
What they want to make. That's the key. That's the key.
Because when you let them make what they want within reason, obviously.
Obviously.
There is. I don't like. Slow-mo likes to go with the
make a My Little Pony game.
You want to make
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm really passionate about that My Little Pony
I'm
game.
ready to make My Little Pony. Let's go.
I'm passionate about the Teddy Ruxpin game.
Slow-mo likes to go with the narrative that they're letting them make anything they want to, like whatsoever.
We don't
like
meddle.
he kind of act like they don't even go there and check on them. Like, I'll see you in 2 years.
No, that ain't true either.
Yeah, look, I think that when it comes to, I have no recollection of this. This is some inside stuff. Okay, this is pure speculation. I feel like how a lot of these conversations go is, they say we want to make this game. We've really been passionate about this game, and if it makes sense, which it looks like for the most part it's going to make sense, because it's not like they're buying like bad studios. They're buying well-established studios that has probably been sitting on deals for years. They're like, and they knew about these ideas before they bought these studios. They're like, we're going to give you the funds to make the game you want to make because you're going to get passion out of it. You're going to get a lot of good morale out of it. You're going to get a better product because you're letting them make the game they want to make.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely. I actually don't think you guys disagree.
This is what it really happens. Yeah. All right. We're going to sign you. All right. We'll go. But we got a passion project called Bleeding Edge. So we want to put this out, and we'll sign whatever you want to sign.
Oh, that's true too. That's true too.
Trust me.
Yeah.
I want this game out. All right. What's the budget for said weirdo game? Oh, this is the budget. And no, but it was different. It was bold.
Right.
And it came out. But we all know that when they did sign them, they signed them with a caveat. We working on this too. And a lot of projects get done in that manner. What is it called? Sovereign.
To be honest with you,
when you do a favor for a favor.
Right. A favor for quid pro quo.
Yeah, quid pro quo.
So we all know.
To be honest, I don't think it went that way. Like, I honestly don't think it went that way. I think that, because clearly they were working on Bleeding Edge before they picked up the studio. So I think it was one of those scenarios where it's like, we want you for Avowed and the talent that this studio can make in the future, but you got this Bleeding Edge that's almost coming out of the oven. So we'll go ahead and help you push this out because we do need content for Game Pass, and I honestly do feel like they put Bleeding Edge out there to bleed out.
But that's the thing, right? When you have something, when you compare it to Overwatch, which is kind of the space it was playing in, it's a tough sell.
Right.
We played it and enjoyed it, and we were like, at the end of the day, though, it ain't Overwatch.
Right. I'm gonna give it back to Chris, but these are all good points, and I think it's a combination. I think you kind of agree with Slow. I don't think you guys really disagree. I think it's one of those situations that
I disagree.
You guys really don't disagree. It's the same thing. But at the end of the day, it's like, here's the deal. Prior to acquisition, from what we understand, these studios are working on stuff. They had things already going on, right? And then there's we're going to acquire you, like a Microsoft comes, we're going to acquire you. And here's this other project we were also working on. Like, for example, in Obsidian's case, it may be, Avowed, but they will already try to get Outer Worlds out the door during that process, right? And we'll get into the Booty interview, we'll get into the field stuff later.
Not to mention, Paul, that if they don't let them finish these games and this gets leaked, that the moment they bought Obsidian, they canned Bleeding Edge. Not Bleeding Edge, Grounded. The moment they bought Ninja Theory, they canned Bleeding Edge. Right. That's going to make it look completely opposite to what Microsoft's going. They had to let them finish
and that's why I'm going to give it back to Chris, which is, in these type of situations, right, the acquisition phase, the acquire phase, like, do you think it's a situation where, this is leverage to the buyer, right? The dev is leverage to the buyer, like, hey, we want to get this out the door, and this is part of the decision making on whether or not to sign with a Sony or a Microsoft. What do you think about this whole situation?
Yeah, I think, if something's kind of in the oven or part in the oven, I think any kind of publisher or acquirer would be silly not to allow that to continue or to happen. But on the flip side, the counter argument where people are saying, the normal narrative where they're like, oh, well, Xbox haven't had any bangers and this, that, the other, the usual crap that comes out is that if you look at, if you take that studio and that studio wasn't part of the Xbox or Microsoft family, then Bleeding Edge could have killed off that studio.
Yeah, good point.
How unsuccessful it was.
Preach.
It wasn't to say that it
point.
kind of, it lacked kind of polishing places or this, that, the other. And the alternative, and it's difficult for me to say this. It's not me saying it's a bad game or anything, because I've got kind of friends and stuff who work there. But Bleeding Edge is kind of like Sony's Destruction All Stars.
Yes.
So and that studio is awesome. There's some ex-Sony studio people, there's some ex-Bizarre Creations people in there. So the studio that did Destruction All Stars is a very talented studio. The one thing I don't know is whether Destruction All Stars was kind of pitched into them as the kind of, Sony's Rocket League, or whether it was something that those guys were working on and pitched it back out to Sony. But you knew that was kind of in trouble when it quickly became like a free, PSN game and so on and so forth. And it's not kind of fulfilled its potential, which, let's face it, was kind of, let's create our Rocket League, or let's create our,
of course.
our Twisted Metal, or whatever that may be.
Hold on.
But it's kind of, you sometimes have to have like the backing of a strong publisher, or to allow someone to kind of try that. It didn't work. And luckily that's not the end of the studio.
Thank you for saying that. I'm going to give it to you, King, but I'm so glad Chris said that, because that's where I tell people when, again, there's a narrative about all acquisition is, for the most part, is bad and consolidation is bad. And I say, okay, but there's also the alternative, which is what Chris is saying, which is, okay, you let these devs and these studios stay independent and they go on this creative and they have all these great ideas, but not everything's going to hit. And there's going to be times and situations where that passion project or that great idea will flop. And sometimes that flop, the studio will not survive. So to me, I look at it, I rather your alternative of the acquisition, because my thing is, at least they're allowed the ability to experiment. If it doesn't work, they still live because they still got the backing of whomever that is acquired. And that's the only part I want to say, because I know like, I keep seeing this narrative like acquisitions are completely bad for the industry. And especially now when we got Tencent and Brace Group and this and that, and all these other things coming in. So I rather it go with the people who've got the experience, that truly have the passion for game, whether it be Microsoft or Sony. Like that's just where I'm at.
I think it's an old way of thinking that, there's going to be like, if you don't have these humongous hits all the time, there's going to be a purging. Right. I think this game industry has kind of evolved beyond that. So we just don't think it has. But I really do think that, okay, if you're a studio that sort of whatever,
you have to build a model,
right? You have to build a model for development, right? But let's say you don't hit somewhere and whatever, that team is released or shut down, whatever the case may be. Those same devs now have the opportunity to make a game on a smaller scale that they really care about, in a number of different ways. They don't necessarily need to have this humongous budget to get a hit anymore, right? I think the gaming landscape is broad enough now that you can make something of a smaller scope and still hit big. You don't need that anymore. So I think it's just people. I think it's, I'm not gonna say fear mongering, but it's just people thinking that the old way of doing things is still there. Right. And it's kind of this, oh, you have one chance, and if you don't hit, you're gone. And I think that is less true now than it's ever been.
It's the truth for a lot of studios. But my whole question for Chris is, do you notice, like, early on in generations when consoles are coming out, that the companies are a little bit more lenient in green lighting certain passion projects just to have content on said consoles, right? And you notice early on, some of those games hit and become series later on, like they build on these games. But in your experience, have you seen a lot of yeses early on in the cycle, opposed to mid-cycle when they hit their stride and they already have games slated for the calendar year and for the quarters and stuff like that? But early on, when they're needing titles, that they go out to the devs and you can pitch your passion project, or you can pitch the game that you guys really want to make at that period of time. Is that happening, or is it just confirmation bias on my end?
No, that's right. So the whole point of like first party studios become focused on launch titles. Right. So you're right on that. So new hardware comes launch titles, and everything gets kind of pushed into like launch title territory. And I think that's where, to be fair, Xbox missed this. We kind of missed Halo. We missed some launch titles.
Launch was not it.
To ship with that kind of hardware. Yeah. Sony have always been good at kind of focusing on launch titles, and then if internal studios don't have stuff ready, then the third party kind of studios, ex-dev, etc., will start to look out there and say, what have we got out there that we can grab as exclusive launch title, launch party, etc. for the hardware? And I think PS5 King's right. As things mature, then the reliance on that becomes less and less, so they take less risks. And I think just on the other point of like studios closing down, the alternative, I'm not saying this is a bad alternative, but it's a harder alternative. The alternative is private equity houses. So if you don't get snapped up by a publisher or a hardware provider, an Xbox or Sony, so on and so forth, then you've got to look at the private equity market. You've got to look at getting investment in, and that results in you losing large percentages of your dev studio or so on and so forth. If you then have a flop, the private equity house has no desire to fund a second flop then. And they very rarely start to chase the losses. So they'll very rarely say, right, well, we've just lost whatever, for argument's sake, like 5 million quid on that. So we're going to put another 8 million quid into the next game because we'll get our 5 back and we'll get more on this one, and so on and so forth. They will more than likely walk away. Which results in a studio closing down. Whereas at least being acquired by someone like Sony, or being acquired by Xbox, or even someone like a Tencent or Amazon to a degree, if that kind of flop occurs, they will turn around and go, well, actually what we've done is we've learned that studio was really good at these elements. These parts of the flop were like really good, really polished, really nice. So our next project will make use of those kind of expertise, or that type of genre, or so on and so forth. And they'll more than likely give it another chance. So you don't see anything like, as I say, it's difficult. I'm not saying Lucid is a bad developer or anything. Lucid is a superbly talented developer. I think what happened with like Destruction All Stars, of course they're going to sit there and say, well, that didn't perform as well as we wanted it to perform. But the good thing is they've probably got multiple kind of deals with Sony or another publisher because of their kind of expertise, which allows that to not impact or not cause that studio to close down, because they're ramping up, they're hiring more people and so on and so forth. So it hasn't had too much of a negative impact, but it's not the kind of banger title on PlayStation that everyone was saying.
The rumor's Twisted Metal, right?
Twisted Metal,
I would hope so.
It was like their version of it, wasn't it?
The pedigree they show with the Destruction All Stars lends to that title. That title, Destruction All Stars, looked nice, and it looked presentable.
Very
for a
polished
title. Very polished, very niche in what they were trying to do. But I think how they were worrying about how they were going to bring it across to their public, that hurt it. If they were a little bit more strong in how they was presenting it to the public, I think it would have went across a whole lot better, because had they initially said from the beginning that this is going to be in a PlayStation Now to get more subscribers to the PlayStation Now and stuff like that, and it's going to launch date and PlayStation Now, I think they kind of backtracked off of certain things because they were afraid in how their public would work with it, and that hurts.
It made it look like it was like it made it look like there was something wrong with the game.
Yeah, it made it look weak, and when it wasn't weak.
Adding you up.
There is a lot of our friend Colin, you know, he feels like, you know, if you have more consolidation, you'll have less risk being took. But to me, I feel like the only people that can actually evolve some of these genres, they got half their studio making like 5 different games because they can't meet quotas. I mean, Platinum makes like 50 games a year. Like, you know, I mean, Obsidian was making like 3 or 4 at a time. You know, like their studios was being broke up into multiple. So was Ninja Theory. Like, you know, to me, it's like the studios that can actually evolve the industry, the studios that can actually put a lot of critical thinking and make stuff that's not been done, they're not properly funded. And it's just like the ones that are taking the safe risks, the Uncharteds, the Halos, the Gears, the formulas they know is going to work, they're not going to try anything new because they've got the formula that they know they can make money off of. So it's just like, I'd rather studios like Microsoft, studios, places like Sony, pick up these studios that have a lot of talent, that make, especially something like Obsidian. Obsidian has had the potential to take over the entire RPG market for probably 10 years, but they've been completely held back by finances.
By the finances in the budget.
So in order to in order to pay the bills, they would have to, you know, split their studio in like 3 or 4 different teams to make 3 or 4 different games for these publishers to pay the bills. But now they can split all of their they can actually make the games they want to make. They can actually have the teams, because talent, that's an issue when you're doing something like that. There's only so much people you can hire. Right. So, you know, let's say that game C that Obsidian was making needed some of the people from game A, so they had to go help them with C, then go to A to help them with A. But now they can choose where people go because they're the ones choosing what's doing it.
And I want to give it before we move on, because I know we're going along with this, but this is a great discussion. And the part I want to give it back to you, Chris, was that, you know, obviously the things that Attic is saying and the King is saying, it's all saying in reference to the game development and stuff like that, and, you know, getting stuff greenlit and stuff like that. But also, as far as the other thing that changed, and I want to shout out Big Cloud if he's still in here, because I saw you guys did a great interview as well with Big Cloud. And you mentioned what I thought was very interesting, the importance of Metacritic back then. And how Metacritic was really tied to game development. Could you elaborate further and like, how was it, you know, during those times where it's like, you know, do you have to hit, you know, 85 or whatever it is, Metacritic? Because we hear these stories, you know, of it. And I want to know, like, what was the Sony thought process during these times?
Yeah, so I think Metacritic was quite important for Sony at the time. And I think one of the things that occurred is, over the years, that like Metacritic score got higher and higher. So I think kind of early on when Metacritic became,
it's probably more important now, to be honest with you. And
it was important enough for Sony to say, look, you know, if something achieves, you know, 70 or above, then we'll give it another shot. You know, we'll look at like a sequel, or we'll look at this, and so on and so forth. And that 70 quickly became 75, then it quickly became 80, then it quickly became 85.
Right.
And that's the part where, for me, that kind of, you know, creativity or that risk drops. Because if you really kind of drill down into Metacritic, not many games will be 85 plus.
Right.
And even some great games that we all kind of love and enjoy and so on and so forth are not kind of 85 pluses. And then if you kind of like constrict and constrain your first party studio, you know, development studios to say, right, you've got to hit an 85, or you've got to hit, you know, an 80 or above, or so on and so forth.
Bonuses tied to Metacritic score.
Yeah. Then you start to kind of like, you know, you constrict kind of, you know, you constrict the creativity, you constrict kind of like risks, and sometimes feature or gameplay risks of what make a game, you know, unique or special, or so on and so forth. So those kind of risks start to get kind of drawn back. You start to kind of, you know, hit kind of being loggerheads with kind of game directors and so on and so forth, because all they're focused on is we need to achieve this
Yeah,
Metacritic.
we need a 95 in here
yeah.
because I gotta get a boat.
You know,
Those
the biggest,
75s in this
That
boat.
fine
biggest
print
thing-
says 95 and up.
I think
Yeah.
the biggest like disappointment I have with the industry
Mm-hmm.
is I feel like we've gotten to the point where it's like, who cares about the gameplay? Let's make everything look shiny.
Yeah, I mean,
And I get, because like I want to see more stuff, and I've said this before, like the Nemesis engine. Like
Yeah, you
I
want
want to
those
see more stuff
innovations.
like that come
Yeah,
off. I
yeah.
want to see, you know, AI interacting with each other. Like, and I feel like until we start chasing the shiny clouds, like we're never gonna start getting innovation in gameplay. Like if you think about it, we're still having similar gameplay that we had 10 years ago.
Well, Addict, sadly to your request, you need to have a platform that can facilitate that type of growth and that type of experimentation. And I have.
Oh, I
that
agree. Game Pass is
platform.
really
I knew this was coming to Game Pass. I knew this was gonna go to Game Pass.
But
Dominus
look,
Maximus Aurelius Spencer.
he's clearly being too much, but he's not wrong.
Right.
Why,
Yeah.
why does he say it like he owns Game Pass?
I know, like the king is the
I
number
agree
one.
there. I agree that. And like,
I'm
and
gonna
that-
tell
that's
you.
just-
I'm gonna tell you,
Good,
Addict, and in all honesty,
We got a place for
I'm
you.
down. I'm down for what you're talking about. I think Death Stranding would have hit their mark had it been in Game Pass, because that game needs eyes and needs people to interact with it on a higher level for the game to actually reach its apex. And I think that's Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer's pitch to Kojima.
Right. So this is King's come to death row moment. This is
Well, it's no. You know why? Because I'm listening to Chris and I'm listening to the stuff that he's saying, and he's watching talented devs or stuff happen in certain areas, right? And people are taking less risk because if you have certain CEOs and the Metacritic is tied to this and this is tied to that, no experimentation is going to happen. So Attic is looking like, okay, this happens here. If the Nemesis engine doesn't hit on this AAA title,
good point. Yeah,
that's not in this area, we're not doing that again.
I feel you. Yeah, it becomes less risk averse.
Like,
and
imagine-
my point is, and I'm giving it to you, Attic, is that this is a great discussion. I want to talk so much about it, but I know we go along. But what it does is, and that, to me, because of that and Attic's frustration, which I feel him, right? Because Attic is like, yo, innovation is lost, right? Because now we're churning out the shiny, the AAA, the same type experience, or we're catching the wave, battle royale, this, that, and third, right? But the thing is, I look at it, I want to know if Chris agrees, is that I almost feel the indie scene is now where you go get that innovation at. It's where you're more likely to see something different. And then if they hit, right, if the little mixtape dude hit, then the big publisher go like, oh, the kid, that's what they doing. Oh, this is what they want. Fall Guys,
thing is,
and this
though,
and that.
is-
And then they come in like, Chris, do you agree? And I'm Attic, and then I'll give it, I want to know if Chris agrees.
Yeah, so I think the indie scene has become kind of huge in the innovator. So you look at, so one of my games of the year I've always said was Death's Door. So it's like it was a handful. It may have even been two with a couple of kind of art support and stuff. Like really great composer. So a soundtrack to remember. So obviously people were crying out for that being on Spotify and so on and so forth. And it's kind of only just landed, I think, last week on there. But great gameplay, and it was born out of those guys being fed up of waiting for Nintendo to create kind of like a true Zelda. That's what they missed. They wanted Nintendo to create the kind of classic, awesome kind of Zelda experience in an up-to-date engine and so on and so forth. And it didn't come. So they said, right, we're going to create our own Zelda type game. It's going to have our own art style. It's going to have our music. It's going to have this, that, the other. And it's awesome. It's got some awesome it's got an awesome story behind it. It's got some great gameplay functionality. And I think it is down to the indies. And the thing is and like King was saying before, with Unity, with Unreal, with all of these kind of graphics engines, we could sit down, get a number of individuals involved, and we could create an indie studio, and we could start working, and within 3 weeks we could have like a really good prototype of a specific piece of gameplay that we're trying to kind of achieve.
Yeah.
And that specific piece of gameplay is either enough to get private equity houses involved to fund it, or you decide to kind of fund it yourself, or you pitch it to a publisher. You say, look, we've got this little vertical slice, a true gameplay vertical slice. Let's start to kind of work together on this. And the innovation is being born from that. So one of the studios I wanted a quick shout out to was the Molasses Flood. So the Molasses Flood, former kind of Irrational game. So when Irrational closed down, the Molasses Flood was born. And I think they're based in New York, if I remember rightly, or they're that way. So Drake Hollow, Flame of the Flood, really kind of stylized game. CD Projekt Red has just bought them, so it's just out of nowhere. The cyberpunk Witcher guys have gone. We want this kind of talented. I wouldn't say they were kind of super indie, but they were all. They weren't AAA, but they were like a decently funded kind of independent developer. CD Projekt Red comes along, and would anyone have thought 6 months ago, 1 year ago, the people who are going to buy Molasses Flood, of Drake's Hollow and Flame in the Flood, is going to be CJ Projekt Red. And it's exactly what you said, LordCognito. It's because there's innovation within Drake Hollow. There's like nice little kind of feature traits. There's so on and so forth. And it's enough to go, so what could these add to our existing IPs?
So Chris, my question then is, so overall, I get it's good for them, right? They got a bag, they got purchased. Everybody's happy in that regard. Now, do you think within that structure, they'll be allowed to make what they want to make? Or like you were just saying, do they take the things that were great about those smaller games and try to project those onto their bigger IP within CD Projekt Red?
Yeah, and that's the thing which no one knows. So it's one of those like the Molasses Flood. So the guys and girls, I don't know what the kind of directorship is, but have they been in the market because the people at the top have kind of had enough? Do they want to kind of move on to something else, or because a lot of businesses are developed, and created to eventually look at some type of exit. So without going into too much like detail of Urban Zoo is 8 years old, and I've got people from Canada, I've got equity houses, I've got mergers and acquisitions places now interested because it's kind of survived long enough and it's created its own product and a set of customers and so on and so forth. Where I've now got people approaching me saying, you want to sell Urban Zoo, don't you? And I'm going, not quite
it's
yet.
A good transition. It's a good transition.
I want to carry on, and I want to kind of. There's a few things which I want to do, but and this is where kind of game development is. The Molasses Flood may be at a point where whoever was in charge said, you know what, I want to bow out. I want to give the rest of the team the biggest ability to kind of achieve what they need to achieve without us being penny pinching or so on and so forth. Or they've had a conversation around, CD Projekt Red have seen something that they're going to work on and gone, right, we're not going to fund and publish this. We'll give you an unlimited budget to finish that project, but we're going to do a mergers with you, or we're going to acquire you, or we're going to do this, that, the other. So I think it's a case-by-case basis, Sovereign. So I think it depends on what the Molasses Flood want, and it depends on what CD Projekt Red want to do. I think the argument could be we've heard a load of like negative stories of how people have been treated, making cyberpunk and so on and so forth. And then you think, well, do you want to be kind of acquired by an organization like that? Or how much of that stuff is blown out of proportion? And really it was, a small percentage of devs who felt it. But, other devs were treated all right, or so on and so forth. So without being in that situation, we don't really know other than what people have said. So I think it depends. I think there's some people out there who are genuinely interested in allowing a studio to kind of breathe and create. And I think there'll be some genuine publishers or acquirers out there who want to kind of take control, sap as much of the wave riding as possible, and are probably like bad for some developers. But that's where the kind of the big boy conversation comes when you're sat down opposite the table, go, what do you want to do about this? And I think I'm hoping it's a good thing for Molasses Flood, but it's, we all know there's kind of a handful of people out there, aren't there? It's Xbox, it's Sony, it's kind of CD Projekt Red, it could be a Rockstar, it could be a Tencent, an Amazon. They're the ones who are going to be sniffing around, because I think certainly someone like Amazon or your Netflix or whatever, they want to kind of buy into success. So in gaming, so they've got success in kind of TV and entertainment, what they're doing there, but they're kind of going, right, let's buy this successful studio and product, and hopefully it will give us instant success. I think what happens is a lot of like gamers are kind of like, with that acquisition comes kind of negativity, or they don't know what they're doing, so they're going to kind of steer the ship right, and so on and so forth. And I think that's the kind of minefield that these developers have to kind of deal with.
Yeah. I think you're onto something when it comes to the fact that Netflix and Amazon want to purchase a ready-made house that's already furnished, a house that's already running right, a house that is already built, and a house that already has bangers. And I've said this before. Sony's final blow, and it's a severe blow, if they can ever do this, and we'll get to that later on. That's a great thing, because everybody can look over at Google and say, "Oh, we don't want to do it like that." We don't want to do it like that. They had such great tech with Stadia, and they didn't have the rest of the house built. They had the small infrastructure built, and the business model was broken in certain places. If they were able to achieve the business model properly, then I think Stadia could have survived. But it wasn't going to survive with no titles, a broken business model, and just good tech. So I think Netflix and Amazon are individuals that are companies that want to purchase a ready done house. So you can look at a big studios and the big companies and purchase them outright, and already have a running facility, with games and stuff already on deck to keep them afloat and to have those titles ready. I think that's what they're looking for.
It's interesting, man. I know these are great. We gotta move on as we go along, because we could talk to Chris all day about game dev and just the industry, and we'll definitely have him back, for even more of this, because this is great stuff. I do want to shift focus for a bit, and obviously, now talking about you with your, obviously the entrepreneurial side, and you're doing Urban Zoo, the sports platform thing, and obviously, also I didn't get a chance to talk about obviously your brother, you know what I mean? You get a chance to work with him again, and so it's a lot of things going on here. So I just want to know, like, what led you to that, and then I do have to ask you this. I always want to ask you this. Is obviously you're there, you're doing your thing, but your boys, the old gang, Sony Liverpool, man, I'm here. They got back. Some of them got back together over at Fire Sprite. Some of the old crew, or Xbox Game Studios. They've been looking for accomplished devs, here and there. A lot of these houses. So like, look, Chris, what if the phone call rang? And this, little bag was dropped off. Little lucrative thing to kind of lure your skill set, lure your talent back into the
Xbox needs a wipeout.
Exactly. Listen, what if the old Psygnosis team gets together? They're like, yo, Chris, we value your experience. We love to bring Wipeout back. This is an opportunity of a life. We heard about you in the Ferraris for the HMV back in the day. We saw you looking.
I think Sony owns Wipeout, but it could be similar.
But I'm saying, like, what if the old Psygnosis crew is at Sony and they hit them up with that call, like, Sony Liverpool, baby, we back. They get the gang back together. You not tempted?
And while y'all at it, y'all can make Colleen Wars. You can do that.
Exactly.
Wipe out.
G Police and everything.
G Police. Oh my God. G Police.
What happens then, Chris?
It's happening. It's happening. No, so I think yeah. So obviously, when I left, when Sony kind of shut down, it was kind of like the end of an era. I think I was kind of already at a point where, 14 years doing the do the same thing as as different as it is, like making different titles. You want to kind of stretch your wings a little bit. So I had like the usual approaches. So I spoke to kind of Ubisoft in Canada, spoke to EA, spoke to a lot of different, a lot of different dev studios.
Hitting up. Let's go.
And publishers, and it was just, I think at the time I just decided I wanted like a little bit of a break from it, because I think the issue for me is I was kind of like falling out of love with gaming at that point, because you're obviously making games 24/7. I used to be a gamer at heart, so I used to love playing games. But when you're kind of making games 24/7, and sometimes you're making games kind of like backwards, so you're building the end before the beginning, and so on and so forth. By the time you get to the point where you want to kind of release your game, and people are like, "Oh, let's play multiplayer and let's do this and let's do that," you're kind of sick and tired of that game by that point, and everyone's like experiencing it.
You've been on a lot of F1, sir. I saw your resume. Woo! You've been on a lot.
It's the last thing that you want to play. So I wanted a little bit of a break. I think at the time, like mobile technology was becoming quite interesting. So, iPhone, smartphones, so on and so forth. So I did a little bit of like consultancy on some like game startups, studio startups. Then I did a bit of consultancy and tried to get my head into, what people were doing with mobile technology. One thing led to another. I started speaking to kind of like football or soccer teams in the UK, and obviously it's massive. Our kind of football is huge in terms of kind of fan numbers. Some of the money deals that the TV do and everything.
It hit different when I went, bro. Oh my Lord, I had no idea. I got a story for you when you finish. Continue.
It's huge. So it was one of those where I started kind of like moving into that era, like that area around sport and kind of mobile. And I formed like a little dev team, and there weren't many kind of marketing agencies or digital agencies that did, kind of apps and smartphone, programs and tech and so on and so forth. And then it was one of those where, I kind of saw what was happening in the world of football, saw what was kind of missing and how like, clubs interacted with fans and so on and so forth. And then we just sat down and decided to build a platform that enables sports clubs to interact with the fans across like a number of different devices, different ways, and so on and so forth. And then
let's go.
So the game changer
Every time
platform
he
was
says football,
born.
I have to remember
Soccer,
Soccer for us Americans.
No.
I'll say soccer, yeah.
Hey, no, every time
I am a big NFL fan, so it's like
we're gonna get to that too.
So obviously, so we decided to like build a platform which utilizes like machine learning, utilizes different technologies and so on and so forth, which allows like editorial to be seen differently depending on like the personalization categories fans are in and so on and so forth. So I've used a bit of that like tech in a different way. And it's kind of spiraled out of control. We've got like 13 or 14 clubs on board. We're looking at more. We're speaking to
name drop, baby. Give me them football clubs. Give me them FCs. Name drop. Flex on them.
So we work with like Celtic. We work with Aston Villa, Everton FC. We work with Stoke City, Reading, Fulham. You name it. There's a lot of like different football clubs that we work with. And now we're kind of starting to have conversations with like, in American sports and so on and so forth. Can we translate it globally and so on and so forth? So that's why, really, for me, there's like probably a next year or something for us to look at kind of, can we do something in the US? Can we do something in like Central Europe, outside of the UK and so on and so forth? But this is a little bit of an exclusive.
Let's go.
Look into the future.
ILP exclusive. Let's go. Continue.
So I am having various conversations about starting up like a dev studio, and it's kind of it's more on the side of when I was talking about we were saying you can either do it with like private equity houses or you can do it with so it's more kind of private funding, with some of the guys who are involved in Urban Zoo now in terms of like investors and so on and so forth. They've got a desire to move into like gaming, and then obviously they understand my kind of experience and so on and so forth. So it's not going to kind of jump ahead of what we're doing with Urban Zoo, but I think it's it's something that I'm kind of exploring and it's bubbling up on the side because there are a few concepts in the locker which I want to kind of bring to life, and luckily no one's done them in the way that I see them getting developed. So with a bit of luck, something will come out.
Brother, I'm so
sooner
proud
rather than later. So
I'm so proud of you because again, we can officially dispel this disgruntled employee nonsense. My boy is getting the bag. He's doing big thing, and his phone off the hook, King. They still hitting him up like, yo, if you go, you know what I'm saying? But that Urban Zoo bag kind of nice right now. So I gotta chill. Unless the bag is right, unless y'all come with the millions that he looking for.
He want that Ferrari.
He want that Ferrari, yo. So he not necessarily right now trying to get pulled back into that right now. But he got some things cooking. This is
that Ferrari pull up in the driveway. He like, yeah, I'm backing them.
No, salute, man. I'm glad
when
you
Phil sends one. Phil sends one.
He said when Phil sent one. Then he pull it. Phil, get on the phone. Chris need a bag. Chris need a bag. He doing big things out here. But look, man, this is.
I don't care what nobody say. I'll buy it.
Listen, I'm just saying. I was hoping. I was like, well, maybe Fire Sprite might give him a call. You know what I'm saying? But now, look, you doing your thing. It's all good. Now, again, I gotta have some fun with you before we end it off with the interview part. Is that obviously, Chris, you got the Liverpool pride. Right. And you got, the football club, all these good things. Now, true story, I went to Liverpool in 2014 versus Hull, you guys played. And I ain't going to front, that You Never Walk Alone song ringing through the arena. Okay. I've never seen anything like that in any sport. I'm going to be 100. I've been to college. Football in Europe hit different. Like, it's a whole different beast. Now, it's one of the most electric things ever. Now, I got to come for you, though. Lord Chris, how in the hell are you a Green Bay Packers fan? Like, how? Like, I'll be on my tweets on Sunday. And I noticed you jumped in on a couple of Green Bay or when the Niners are playing. How in the hell? You got Dodge part of the coach? My editor-in-chief is a Green Bay fan. Like, how did the cheese get across the water? Like, what's going on?
You look Cognito. You look a little Cognito straight in the face. And you tell him none of your damn business.
No, you gotta explain it. How is it? And Green Bay's popping over there. Okay.
I know how. Brett Favre. And Aaron Rodgers.
Listen.
You had two of the best quarterbacks in I believe in your era when you probably found it, and Brett Favre, and I keep saying his name wrong.
Yeah,
I know what it is. Chris, it was his first game, man, and they made a bet, and they said if you lose this bet, then you're team for the rest of your life.
Listen, I know the NFL goes to Europe now, but how did this happen, Chris?
The NFL goes to Europe?
Yeah. They got
NFL goes to London.
London.
But obviously the Packers would never go there.
Just came back not too long ago.
Okay, Chris, you got to answer this question. The realm must know this.
So my father's been into like American football for a long time. So he was a Patriot, a New England Patriot. So he supported New England Patriots back when the old. We're going way back to where the old logo.
The old logo with the down. The down stand. Those are the real Patriots.
Yeah.
Your dad is a real Patriot fan. There's a lot of these dudes that as soon as a certain number 12 came over, then all of a sudden. But continue.
No, it's good. So we were into American football. So my brother's a Minnesota Vikings fan. So this is where it goes crazy.
I love it.
Brother's a Minnesota Vikings fan. My dad's like a New England Patriot. And it goes back. I think I've been interested in NFL since I was about like 10 or 11.
Wow.
And obviously at that age, you're not really you're not necessarily understanding, who the best players are or why or this, that, the other. And I think I kind of got, when I started looking into NFL, I got into the fact that, like Vince Lombardi and stuff like that was like the
trophy.
Like he was kind of like the beginning of it all. And, for the Packers and so on and so forth. And, at the time, my kind of favorite color was yellow. So I was looking
like that
for,
Mountain Dew. Okay.
Green and yellow.
So my favorite color was yellow. So I was looking at all this, and then I kind of read about like history and read about like Vince Lombardi and so on and so forth. And I just kind of went, right, well, that's my team. A bit like some, people sometimes like find like a soccer team in Europe. They go, I support them.
My confession, I have the same way with the Niners. It was kind of the same thing. Continue.
So that was it, and then I just like followed them, and obviously we had like a torrid, like early on when I was like a young teenager and stuff, we were like a terrible team. Then we had like a decent quarterback, as King said, and we've kind of flip flopped between like we've won one Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers, we should have had more, and so on and so forth. So they've just been in my heart since then, and it was like. And the other week, watching that game where it was kind of like...
with the field goal kicker. Oh, y'all wanted to kill Crosby. He was missing all types.
Oh, my God.
I see. You sent me the meme with the heart, and you were like, yo, what is going on? Yeah, that was a good game, man. No, but I understand. Good. I'm sorry, continue.
No, I was just going to say, like, from a guy who's, like, missed... I think only 2 like field goals in like 5 years or 4 years or something to then miss. Like the 2 teams are just back to back, weren't they? With like 12, 14 field goals.
Go ahead, Attic. You clearly have something to say.
Something wrong, Attic?
Something wrong about this football talk, Attic. Yeah, he won time on it. All right, time on us for the football.
Gotta be a pillow around here.
Time on us for the football. But I had to ask him. I guess I was surprised because to see the influence of the NFL in Europe and to hear that across the pond, that's pretty dope. So look, we got to get to it. The reason why we're here, those questions. You know what I'm saying? The final questions. Yep. I need that Lord Chris Grannell top 5 video games or franchises of all time.
Oh. Difficult, I think. So I think I'd say one which is coming out fairly soon. So Vice City. I absolutely love GTA Vice City. So I think it was just
how you like the Fortnite look that you did in that game.
No, I mean do you know what? It looked better than when I looked at the original screen, because in my head I've got this like amazing rose-tinted spectacles version of Vice City.
Yep. Then we see how it looks.
Like those OG screenshots with like flat buildings and stuff. I was like, I don't remember it looking like that.
It looks better than the original one for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely it's not a kind of remaster. It's one of those like cheeky little remakes, isn't it? With tweaked textures and stuff. But I love Vice City just purely because Ray Liotta was a beast in it. It was just great, like voice acting, the story. It was kind of you were living the Miami Vice.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Like to this day, I remember that famous line that's in that game where at the very end you're chasing that dude that you were friends with the whole game, and he's like, "This is the last dance for Lance Vance."
Salute, no doubt.
So I think that's one of them. Red Dead Redemption 2, I think is just unbelievable. 1 and 2, so they're like the series for that, because
this is going straight downhill.
Don't be like that. Let Sam get his balls off. Get your balls off. Talk to him.
You go ahead, play your goose game, whatever you're playing.
Look, we got Fonz in the chat too. The Red. This is y'all day. The Red Dead is in the building.
Chris, with all due respect, I'm gonna have to ask you to vacant the position.
You gotta lead the show.
It's fine. I'll leave.
No, you're always welcome here, Chris. Always welcome. They're gone.
I'm just waiting for that 60 frames.
Yeah, I think the thing, just for a little bit of like detail on that, I don't think anyone has created a living world as good as Red Dead Redemption 2 to this day. Absolutely incredible. So well done.
You keep that world.
Yes, talk to him. Son, get your balls.
Go ahead.
You don't have
while next week Attic is playing Ocarina of Time Blurry on the Switch. That's what he's gonna be doing next week.
And I'm gonna have more fun in 10 minutes than I've had in the 8 hours I played Red Dead Redemption 2.
Red Dead Lords, put the crest up. It's y'all moment.
You
don't gotta put nothing up.
Ain't nobody putting up nothing in that chat. That chat got crickets.
Stop it. Stop
When's
it.
the last time you was in When's the
shield.
last time you was in a party on Xbox or PlayStation and anyone was playing Red
Oh,
Dead?
here he go. Here he go with the anecdotal and addict evidence.
All the
Addict
time.
world
There you
evidence.
go, there goes the
That's
shield.
fine though.
Shield.
That's but you're gonna be playing Defender next week though, right? And you're gonna love it
What?
too. No, actually,
Playing
you're playing
what?
Tetris. You're playing
So you
Tetris
gonna
next
love
week.
it.
Oh my god. All right, so we got Grand Theft, we got Red Dead. Talk to us.
So Skyrim has to be.
Ooh,
I
yeah,
enjoyed
you back,
enjoyed
you
So
Skyrim.
now you could
The-
stay. You can
Now he
stay
good.
now. You
Now
don't
he
have
good.
to leave.
You back here now.
Yeah.
There you
The
go.
700 different versions that I've played over the years.
Oh, so I get it. Y'all just like dumber games.
We're gonna give the applause for real games.
Oh, he got his machine ready. Let's go.
We like games
Mass
that make
Effect,
sense.
Mass Effect trilogy. So
Okay,
Oh,
good,
okay,
good. You
there
did
we
the
go,
safe
there
thing.
we
We
go.
don't want to
Which
cause no
one?
problems.
no, I'm not gonna. I've seen the.
You know
arguments
where that
on
gonna
Twitter.
go. Where that could be. I don't want this to devolve me and solve and make
I'm
I'm
peace.
not gonna
5-hour segment,
single
that's-
one out.
Yes, yes. He said trilogy. Yes,
There it is,
Yeah.
the group.
Yeah, it's a great. It's a great trilogy. And
yes.
I think
One more.
something really old. It's something I've mentioned before. It's something you're a fan of. The original Shinobi arcade game, which got me, which really kind of was one of those games that got me into kind of putting quarters essentially
Bro.
into like arcade boxes and just playing over and over again.
Right.
When games were difficult and you had to have a bag full of like quarters just to keep playing. So
He
yeah, the
just
original
became
Shinobi.
he just became my brother now. Like I mean, come on.
I
You
got-
talking
he-
to the
I-
soul.
I got to see how he finishes this list because I'm still a little
That-
hurt with the Red
that
Dead.
was it.
talk.
That was it. That was the
That's it.
five.
Oh, okay.
This
okay.
is a
then,
GOAT
yeah,
type
you're
list.
gonna have to leave. You're gonna have to leave.
So he,
Bro.
he didn't count Red Dead. He didn't count Red Dead. He was like, no, you get it.
Yo,
That's
speaking
some
of, yeah, Addict, you playing Shinobi too. That's another one.
Yeah, we need to see him play Shinobi. Arcade Shinobi.
Sovereign out here telling him what he played.
I love how you guys act like you got that key.
Play
You just
Shinobi,
put a
man.
key in Addict's back.
But look, I'm so glad because you mentioned it again. You know that's my heart. I never knew you loved Shinobi like I did. Oh, that's crazy. So yeah, the difficulty again, the '80s, the ninja craze, the ninja magic. It was just for its time. And let's be real, that board, I can't remember, Sega 60. I know, time on me. Look, at the end of the day, we knew at that point the arcade was superior because it took a while for the consoles to.
We was like, what the hell?
Yeah, it did. I love the back system, but it just didn't hit
I'm
their version. But anyway, go ahead.
I'm gonna need those mods in the chat to get those people with the Red Dead goats in the chat up out of here. Look, you have my
Hustle,
permission.
hold your ground.
Hustle, hold your
hold your
ground.
ground.
Do not silence the realm.
Look, man, and then I'm gonna have someone unmod Fawn so I can get him up out of here.
Fonz in there talking his talk. Salute,
Thank
man.
you,
again.
Fonz. Thank you.
Thank you, Fonz. Again, Fonz and Big Cloud, amazing
This is me
interviews.
censoring.
I
won't
see.
do it again.
Those two had amazing interviews with you
Great
as well, Chris,
history.
that I was able to pull for. So we got that. And last one, favorite console of all time and why?
I think I'd probably say it was. I'd probably say 360. I probably met, and probably the reason being is like I met more kind of like global friends,
Yes.
playing on 360. So Xbox Live, I had some great time. I mean, I've obviously given my list, but then I thought about like Ghost Recon and all, like the OG Ghost Recon.
OG Ghost Recon.
Yeah. So
go.
I used to kind of I used to play like lots of that kind of like cooperative, PvP kind of gaming on the 360.
The
Yeah, I think
narcissist in me
purely
would
just
take
because of
all
the
my
amount of
games
people
and
I met.
the console I started on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I really thought
Yeah.
you was gonna say like PlayStation 2 or PlayStation 1, wherever you started at, and all my games in my list would have been games that I worked on.
You know what, King? You know what, King?
No,
You know what I demand, King? We always talk about doing our strike, man. I demand the Addict with a T comes on here as a guest. I demand my history going through, because if you want to get technical on this, everyone's had their flowers but me.
Oh, stop it. Oh, stop. Oh, now you need to be a guest on ILP so we can go through your illustrious.
Man,
And I'm not showing up next week. I'm a guest.
Fonz, you're the only one that's ever gave me my flowers fall.
Oh my God. Podcast host, please get this man on your show because he has a lot to say, for sure. Salute the addict with the T. He's really has bars he has left on the cutting room floor that he would like to get off. But look,
He needs his cognito intro. That's what he needs.
Man, at the end of the day, again, Lord Chris, tremendous history, brother. Brother, oh my God!
Besides
Thank
the
you,
Red
Rob.
Dead thing, it was late.
Look, man, you know I can tell you we went extra long with you, but it was just so the discussions were so important, and of course you are still welcome to hang out. Provided you ain't got nothing else going on, you just let me know.
I trust me. You don't want to be associated with this.
No, I'm not throwing him out. I would love him to stay. I would love him to stay if he has
You can
time.
stick around.
Yeah.
But remember,
do
your
super
prospects
chats
might
next.
dwindle after this.
Your price.
His interviewing
So I
might
assume
go
we're
there. Yeah, what's up, man?
I assume we're going to get caught up on super chat.
Yes, super chats.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Save it
Yo,
for
King-
right before
King-
my topic goes up. Let him do
King,
super
do me a
chat today.
favor.
Yes, sir.
While Solve is reading
second
super
topic,
chats,
Yeah, I know. That's what I
Go-
said.
Okay.
reach for your camera, the very front of it, and just twist that knob back and forth until you can focus on your head.
Yeah, because they
Oh,
say
okay.
your hands is in 4K.
No, it just.
Oh, my hands in 4K?
They say
Oh,
your
you're
hands is in 4K. Crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, like so. What you want to do is you want to lean back to like how you actually do the podcast. Just put your and then just push
I-
the.
I-
Sure,
I
go
can't-
for
I
it. Go
can't-
for it, Chris.
Addict, I can't because I did something. So I'll tell you why.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay,
All right. Cool.
okay.
Look, let's get these super chats and then we get the poll. Or should I get the poll and then get the super chats?
I'll get the super chats real quick.
Okay,
It's not
cool.
a big damn.
I'll tell you later.
Okay, that we had. We got Beaner
We'll do all
8127.
the super chats because
Yeah, that's not
yeah,
that many.
because I'm no, but okay. So this is what I'm trying to say. Do this topic and then save the super chats right before my topic come up.
Okay, you want to?
You
Okay,
wanna save the
It's
super
a
chat?
reason why.
Oh,
It's a
okay. All right.
okay.
All right, cool. So, all right, I'll do the poll then. All right. So last week, poll results and King is I don't know what's cooking right now. With the recent pricing announcement of the Nintendo Switch Online Pass, do you think the pricing is fair? What is going on? I don't know what it is.
Someone said hands high def face 480p.
They stupid. No, stupid. Laughing bro.
King's face is running on the Switch. That's what it is.
Switch coming in hot on his face.
You look
He
like
got- he got-
you look like that music video where he gets like real close to the camera.
He got the Series X hands. Look, at the end of the day, with the recent pricing announcement of the Nintendo Switch Online Expansion Pass, do you think the pricing is fair based on the content? To see, yo, the chat is die laughing. Yo, the chat's still laughing at that.
See,
The
the difference between me, King, is when I put my I'm foggy. I'm foggy. You're the opposite.
Yo, he said King, yo, Poochie said King's hands will slap the soul out of you. The winner of the poll at a dominating 76% of the vote was no.
Cataracts, I'm done.
Yeah, you stupid.
I'm done.
This online expansion is double the price of standard Nintendo Online. Still no messaging, party chat, co-op features. Grandpa is finessing y'all group. Coming in at second place at 15% of the vote was the Messy Lords. I don't care. All this take a stand is a wrap when Nintendo puts them games, Dreamcast, Saturn, and GameCube games on Nintendo Switch Online. They see, yo, yo, I can't with the chat. They said King head is an LG CX and his head is a TCL. I'm done. And last place with only 7% of the vote was yes. The market dictate the value and Switch
Stop
owners
doing that,
are
King.
willing to. He keep moving his hands and it look disgusting. Pay for a premium expansion in Genesis Stop Pocket Watching group. Shout out to all the lords who participate. Lord King with the 4K hands. Your team is one they feel Grandpa's finessing. What do you say, sir?
They know what it is. These dudes trying to act like they didn't know Nintendo was gonna pull us. They was like, "Oh, Nintendo, no, not this time. Please don't do this again." He said, "Double."
Tyrone Israel said King's hands got the 4K ray tracing up. Control.
I'm using the fast SSD on my knuckles.
So,
You
do you
know
want to
what
get
that-
this
you know what that is?
Good.
You know what that is, King? The SSD, man, that's your knuckles and your face is the PS5.
SSDs is right here.
Your face resolutions with that PS5 be looking like sometimes.
Yeah.
Yo, Xbox hands with a PS5 face.
Slow, stupid. King's hand is Unreal Engine 5. His face is using Frostbite.
Yo.
King got
Yo, they
the-
out of
King
control.
got the hand.
They so out of pocket. I love it, though.
King got the Series X hands and the PS5 face.
Look, see what happens when you touch it?
Oh no.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So look, go ahead, Saul. Let's get these super chat.
Wait. King wanted them read before his topic, so we're gonna do.
Oh,
the
so we're
Game
gonna
Pass,
say we're gonna do the Game Pass?
and then
Stop it.
Yo,
Like,
King,
what
you
you
gotta
doing?
chill, bro. You doing too chill. Why you all up in the joint? Like, nah. You gotta fall back, fam. You doing too much.
Yo, you know he remind me.
Come on, King. You derailing the podcast.
Remember Kev from The Wire? He was
Yes.
always wringing his hands. I was in Kev.
All right, look, let's get into it, man. They
Yo,
out
that's
of
horrible. I
pocket.
would see that.
King having too much fun with that camera, but anyways, let's get into it, man.
King,
Yeah.
the only person I know his camera's messed up, and he's just rolling with it, man. He's
Ain't
rolling
nothing
with
I
it.
can do right now.
There's nothing you can do. So look, man, we got to get into it. Shout out to Jeff Grubb from Venture Beat Games Beat. He's putting out there Game Pass news, y'all. This was hitting the thing. You know, this was hitting the wires all over the place. And yeah, so basically Microsoft's most recent SEC filing provided insight on the growth of Game Pass. The subscription saw a 38% increase in total subscribers for the fiscal year, and he said while that's impressive growth, without a Halo-like exclusive, it does come up short of Microsoft's internal target of 48%. So they had an internal target, and then he said Microsoft was expecting slower growth overall for 2021. In fiscal 2020, Xbox Game Pass grew 86%, which outpaced the internal target of 71%. He said, but with no Halo or few other standout marquee releases or exclusive for Game Pass this reporting period, the company knew that Game Pass wouldn't replicate the 2020 expansion in 2021. So this is a hot one that's been going around the realm. You know, some people are like, yo, did Game Pass peak? Yo, you know, what's going on? You know, as far as even though there's an increase or whatever. So let's start with Lord Chris. You know, obviously this information comes out. What do you make of this in reference to the Game Pass and them not getting an increase, but just not hitting their internal targets?
I think a lot of it's probably around some of the missed titles. So we had no Halo. You know, we had. You know, there's a couple of those titles that will have increased. You know, will have caused some of those subscriber increases. I think for it was kind of like early this year, wasn't it? Where I think can't think of his name at the minute. Off Windows Central. Jez.
Oh, Jez, the legend. Yeah, Jez Gordon. Yeah.
So Jez was saying, you know, we were around the kind of like 15 mil mark, weren't we? 18 mil or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there was conversations coming out where they were expected it to, you know, around that time, it was kind of, it could be around 20, 25 mil.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the fact that it's not kind of hit what they expected, I don't think there's any cause for alarm. I think if you look at the likes of, as I say, Halo was missing, you know, I think growth is there, which is good.
Yes.
And I think you also have to look at kind of lack of hardware as being, you know, some of the reason why, you know, that number may be lower than it is, because we all still know people who are trying to get out the Series X's and so on and so forth. As easy as like the S is to grab, you know, so you can quite easily grab like an S, certainly where I am based in Liverpool and things like that. But people wait, you know, people want to wait for that kind of more powerful version of it, regardless of whether they say they do or not. You know, they're waiting for that kind of like that higher end Series X. So I think that will have certainly had a bit of an influence on numbers, but it's growing. So it's still on its growth spurt. So Joe, I don't see any cause for like major alarm personally. For me, I think the growth, any type of growth is growth, isn't it? I think, and we've got Halo coming out, we've got Forza Horizon 5 coming out, so we've got those kind of big titles where I think those two titles themselves are going to attract more subscribers. And then next year we're going to start to see, you know, even bigger and bigger kind of, you know, first party bangers, so to speak.
Fair enough. Lord Addict, great Game Pass numbers, 38%, but didn't hit the internal target that Microsoft wanted. What do you think, sir?
I think those internal numbers was because we've been hearing about that number for a while, actually, like that they was expecting to hit that number by the end of the year. I think that was old metrics. I don't think when Halo got delayed, when games internally get delayed, I'm sure They probably went back a little bit on like, you know, their expectations for this year. Like, I have no like alarm for it at all. Like, because if you think about it, like,
They said
sure,
Game Pass is peaking. That's what Twitter told me.
I mean, it is peaking. Like,
Yeah,
it did so well last. It did so
PC.
well. It did so well last quarter that, you know, they expected the same numbers this quarter. So when you're hitting stuff out of the park last quarter, but you only get you only hit in the park, then obviously people are going to be concerned. Like, I don't think it's a realm of concern. I think Microsoft expected that Halo to pop in those numbers, and you know, it takes time. Sure, there's going to be a lot of people picking up Halo at the gate, but you know what's going to happen? The more seasons pop out for Halo, the more of those seasons that pop out for Forza, you're going to see more and more people get into the Xbox Game Pass and Xbox ecosystem in general. I'm not really concerned at all because these type of numbers fluctuate all the time. I do think that, you know, they do see that they didn't hit the quota, but here's the thing. They knew they weren't going to hit that quota the moment that these games got delayed, and that's just how it is. But I do feel like, you know, once you see Halo and stuff drop, I feel like right now it's more of, let's make sure our house is in order. Let's make sure that we're getting stuff together. Let's try to, you know, get things back in order since COVID hit. Let's try to get a little bit more on the normal path. I don't necessarily think obviously it's a business. They are looking at that number, but I think, you know, Microsoft, in terms of that number, they're more focused on getting stuff back on track than what Game Pass is doing currently, because at the end of the day, every time Phil Spencer is in an interview, he says Game Pass is blowing doors off expectations. So it's still doing way better than they initially thought it was going to do. It's just, I feel like from the last quarter to this quarter, I think they expected more of an increase than they got last quarter, but they didn't get it because of games getting delayed, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like I said, I don't really expect, you know, any type of, you know, I saw people putting expectations like, oh, now they're going to start shutting down studios. Yeah,
it's over.
Game's not even out. Game's not even out. Like, and I think that's what, you know, Chris said earlier. It's like, I feel like every time something bad happens with Microsoft, they try to do anything they can to like really make it bad. But, you know, when Sony does certain things, I do feel like it gets swept under the rug to a point.
Are you implying that people are using this to fuel a narrative, sir? That's what you're implying?
I think people are using this to troll. People are using this to make videos for profit. People are using this to... Yeah, I don't. 88% of the stuff you see on Twitter, there's motives doing it. People don't do stuff on Twitter. People don't do stuff on YouTube. First off, you see anyone make a YouTube video, they're getting paid for that YouTube video. So, you know, I've never believed in media bias. I've believed in clickbait bias. People are going to go the direction that they can get the most traffic from. Sometimes that goes for Xbox. Sometimes that goes for PlayStation. Sometimes that goes for Switch. They're going to go where the traffic is. And this week it's Microsoft. And, you know, so at the end of the day, I felt like they had a great year for this. But hey, let's be real here. Besides MLB The Show, Outriders,
the
they
rest
really
of the year
haven't
was
had
dry.
any big hitters this year.
Factual.
Yeah, one of their biggest games was a Sony game. I mean,
we gonna get to you, sir. Lord Solve, internal targets, man. Does this gauge, like, you know, is an increase not good? Like, where we at?
There's nothing to worry about here. There's nothing
Damage control. Nope, solve damage.
Damage
control solve. I'm just joking.
I'm gonna tell you what. Like,
let's go. Let's get it.
Listen, you know, the state of the world in 2020 made a lot of things blow up in a way that they would not have otherwise.
What's solved? They told me that everybody else is making their games without COVID, and why Xbox having a problem? That's what I was told. That nobody else has these problems. That's what I was told.
What do you want me to say? The game studios suck. They can't do it.
I heard that some studios are impervious to COVID, and they can produce a what's Microsoft's problem.
So you mean to tell me, I guess God of War didn't get delayed?
That happened? I didn't even know.
God of War was always coming.
I didn't know.
If you go back to that original trailer, it always said 2023.
Any Switch games get delayed? Because I heard this only happened to Microsoft.
Let's break this down real quick.
Let's get it.
What first-party studio from PlayStation didn't delay a game? God of War just got delayed. Horizon got delayed. Returnal got delayed, if I believe so. Did it
Oh,
not?
I didn't know. Thanks for
Ratchet
telling me. I didn't know
Clank,
about
I
that.
think
all of those
too.
games came out exactly when they were meant to come.
Hold on. No. We breaking it down. Chat, tell me if Ratchet Clank got delayed, because that's the only one I'm unsure of.
Yeah, it did.
But
I forgot.
But to me, every first party game has been delayed besides the game that went on Game Pass. So like
Fair enough.
just
Made
like
sure
think
Phil
about
was
that.
actually
We went
really
from
expensive, made sure it came out on
this
time.
narrative that it doesn't affect anything on PlayStation side to all of their stuff's getting delayed. Like,
Let's focus. Let's get back focused.
It's ridiculous.
That's
So
why we're Xbox.
Yo, King is stupid.
Yo,
King,
chill.
King, how you gonna do us like that?
Right.
King, how you
Can
gonna
we,
You're not
can
allowed,
we
no,
play
King.
back the disclaimer again, please?
Yes, King, I need you.
if you're not
Go
allowed
on and
to
listen
say
to it.
anything about us being an Xbox
I
podcast.
just listened to all four of y'all say this, and I'm like, okay, that sounds like Xbox stuff right there.
All right.
Continue,
But
Sam.
I'm never allowed to elaborate, and then all of
Yeah.
a sudden I get pigeonholed. Hold on a second.
Go ahead, son. Go ahead, son.
Oh,
So end of the day,
Yes.
I didn't say cool. I said pigeonholed.
Go ahead.
So, listen. Everybody, when the world went into lockdown, people were playing games that normally don't play games, and all of a sudden now these numbers increased astronomically. As the world came out of lockdown, obviously we're still in the middle of a pandemic, but we're not necessarily in lockdown. The world kind of went back to a semblance of normalcy, and you're going to have less people just caring about this sort of stuff, right? Who gravitated to it when they were locked in their houses. So that's one reason, right? Another reason is, to be quite frank with you, when you think about, we've talked about the impact of Game Pass and the smaller games on the indie side and how great that is for indie games. We just talked about the big games haven't been there.
Yes.
And if you want to attract new numbers,
Talk to him.
it's the big games that have to do it. It's getting MLB The Show every year. It's getting an Outriders. It's your own first party stuff coming out and
Yes.
hitting. Like, we always talk about the Big Mac fries and the Coke. We had Hive Busters in December.
I drink Pepsi, sir.
Pepsi's good too.
Yes.
And we Hive Busters in December. We're about to get Forza that everybody's kind of going crazy over.
Yeah.
And if Halo hits, we're gonna get the best tasting Big Mac fries and the Coke we had in a long time.
For sure.
And so when you think about that, you
Pepsi,
need
sir.
those big release. Okay, Pepsi, or
Someone
Coke.
trying to get us a Pepsi bag.
Yeah, exactly.
he said, could
So-
you please put a Pepsi in it?
It's that thing where when you start talking about that level of game, that's when you start bringing in the new faces and the new eyes. So to that end, with those games coming out, if they hit, another thing they have to do is they have to advertise in ways that goes back to the old school way of advertising. You have this upcoming week and the following week, you're going to have the World Series, right?
Yes.
You got to start talking about Forza there,
Yes.
right? You have to start talking about Forza there.
Preach.
Now, when it comes to football, you have 3 opportunities during the week to talk about your games during one of the most watched events of the week, right? It has to be, you have to start advertising in that way again. And shout out to you, Cog, because you talked about it with Maddie over on Defining Duke. I remember you mentioned the fact, like when Spider-Man came out, you had an entire train car that was just Spider-Man.
Yes.
And that matters in attracting the average consumer. So when you think about like small games that King talks about every week, those are fantastic for people that are in already, right? We know about the week. That's going to draw us in. The next whatever big game, third party game, first party game is what's going to attract the person that's not there yet. And in order to get those numbers to get to, the billions they're talking about, that's where we start to see that sort of stuff, right? So that's the stuff they have to worry about. Another thing is, when you think about the fact that it's still kind of hard, Chris was pointed to this, the fact that the S you can find, right? Sometimes yes, sometimes no, but the S you can find more reasonably than the X, right? The fact of the matter is, when you talk about Game Pass, they don't really focus on the fact that you can play it on PC per se. They don't focus on the fact that you can play it on Xbox One per se, because they want to sell you the new thing. So in their marketing itself, it's not particularly evident to the person that doesn't know that you can play this across the family of Xbox consoles, including the previous one. So it's not going to sell that way.
On desktops eventually too. So
exactly. So that's the thing that they need. Their marketing, their commercials have to sort of focus on that stuff, and they can't do it more broadly yet, because when you think about Game Pass as the app, like we've talked about, on TVs, and now going, across the pond in Japan and stuff like that. The problem is that it's not at the point where you can put it as the prime time thing, right? You can't really do that just yet. You talk about it as an additive thing, but you can't really promote it as this is it right now, because people are gonna have not Game Pass, cloud.
Oh, the cloud.
Cloud.
Oh, cloud infrastructure.
Right. It's not
See,
there.
they go hand in hand. They're going to want to get cloud in as many houses as possible, so they can sell you Game Pass too.
But they can't.
Ultimate.
So they still have an uphill battle. I'm not saying that this is
You said uphill battle. You said.
No, they have an uphill battle still, because again, when it comes to the expectations, when it comes to the expectations about where they want to put Game Pass, right? The billions, they said billions themselves. When you think about Japan, that market, right? Japan is going to care about those smaller games. So Japan is going to care about mobile-centric games. Japan is not going to care about the next Gears on the phone. They don't really care about that. It's not going to matter to them as much. So they have to focus the product for the region. And I think that they're still working on that. So in a lot of ways,
right?
No, exactly. They're making strides there.
They're doing that there.
So my thing is this. All of the Game Pass numbers
what they
increasing.
Need to do for you.
Yeah, all these numbers
about
increasing.
to do some crazy stuff, man.
Right now, I don't like him eating pineapples and talking crazy.
I'm just saying.
Why are you eating pineapples and talking reckless to Saul?
I
don't like this boss talk that you coming at
pineapple.
Yeah, like he's sitting on that boss chair. I ain't feeling this energy coming at my man.
I mean, all I hear is him reiterating what I said. That's all
I'm just being clear.
You being clear.
The entire time we've been doing ILP, I honestly don't think this week he gonna be too much. I can already tell.
I told you, I gave you the
thank God we can't see your face, because it's gonna be worse.
Continue.
So end of the day, and overall, not a lot to worry about. They do have things. It's the thing we've always talked about. They need to continue to grow. They said they are going to grow because they need content for Game Pass.
38% in growth to you.
Always growth.
Okay.
Always growth, but look at it under the microscope, Ken.
What microscope?
The microscope of everybody's in their house. So tell me this, all right? So this is the thing, right? They probably underscope in terms of their they underscope because they blew past that number in 2020, right?
Yeah, 2020 was
so they
crazy.
underscope now, right? So they were always going to fall
carry
beneath
over.
the number.
You ain't gonna take that 10% from last year and put it on this year.
Why would you?
Exactly.
When you talk about these numbers, when you talk about these numbers,
right?
This isn't the early 2000s with rollover minutes from AT&T.
Yeah, this is not happening.
So okay,
just so the chat knows, King is trying to spin something, and if y'all dumb enough to
you see what he just did? He put y'all on defense.
I'm just saying,
y'all looking for a phantom kick that ain't gonna show up. Because he just told y'all, if y'all dumb enough, how he gonna call you dumb? Like,
I'm just saying what he's trying to do.
Let him finish.
Let him finish and then kick you out.
He's enlightening you.
Yes.
Right now.
I'm just saying that there are numbers that are obvious, which indicate that they had to underscope because they overscoped last year. That's it. That's all.
Okay.
That's all. They did grow. But I don't think we're gonna see that 30 million you were predicting.
Somebody else said it was there.
I'm just saying, like, and it don't count if they hit 30 million holiday next year. They got it. They got it.
It don't count when another CEO says, "Didn't we hit 30 million?"
Okay.
Another CEO. So my words.
He ain't worried about Xbox.
His words.
He worried about Grand Theft Auto.
Let's go. Here we go.
He worried about GTA. Listen.
Are we done?
I don't like you.
Strauss don't know
nothing.
nothing.
Doing the Birdman. Are we finished? Or we did? You cannot be doing that with your camera looking like that. So
all of a sudden, so I'm just saying, Strauss knows what Phil knows. Right?
Okay.
Hold on.
Oh Lord.
Hold on. Because you talking Game Pass talk.
Let me put the camera on him because he clearly been waiting.
Hold on. Why are we doing that? Finish up. I'll be there.
No,
he's finished.
Are you putting something else on we can't see?
No, I hit the cameras on him right now. He ready.
He's like, we can't see.
He got. Here we go. Here you go. The Lord of Game Pass and Xbox. The prophet is speaking.
Okay. So
you look like Walter Mercado.
Let's go.
You're gonna have to talk like Godfather, man.
Is it here?
Yeah, it's here.
We are part of a team. All right.
What
And
are we part of?
A lot of times, dudes forget in this team,
I don't like your
you
voice.
gotta know when it's your turn at bat. Seems that you don't know this.
What Soft don't know
So
this?
you said our biggest year was 80-something%. No first party titles. In a growth year, 38%. No first party titles.
That's true. That's true.
We doing this all natty on you.
I knew it was coming. I
Just
knew it was
peace out.
coming. I knew it was coming.
We're doing this
Off the vert.
naturally.
Naturally.
This is organic here. What you're not understanding is you're seeing a phenomenon. These dudes have put out first party. That's not
So
seeing
just to
any
clarify
growth.
real quick, King, you're saying they're shooting blanks and still shooting.
What I'm saying is the fear mongering, dudes are afraid. When the dudes show up, when the guns come out, when they start busting, they can't handle it. Because in a year where we didn't have any first party titles, it's 84%, was it skyrocket, it was just astronomical. They was going crazy upstairs, like, what's going on? Delay that Halo, we don't need it.
That's
We
what they
don't
said
need it.
internally.
We reckon them without it. Why shoot a gun when you're winning the fight? No,
So are
no,
you
not
saying they
yet.
just so you saying they don't need to bring a gun to a knife fight because they already winning?
Listen, they molly whopping them all over the block. 38%. And you know what they said? That's not good enough. That's not good enough. Our internal said we wanted 40. And somebody had the nerve to sit there and say, Microsoft, I think they peaked. How they gonna peak and they ain't even shoot yet? So again, this stuff is spun by people that are terribly afraid of Forza, Halo, and the rest of them dudes that's showing up later. So when it happens, and then it skyrockets right back up, because like you said to your own words, big titles tend to push those numbers up.
Why
And
you
if we're
eating
going
good
by,
like that?
if we're going by what
are you
you're
mimicking?
saying, it was no big titles and those numbers was going up. So what happens when those big titles show up and your prophecy comes true? Is it 200%? Will that get you over here? What do we need to have you over here? That's all I need.
So, are you
must we
convinced?
do?
Hell no.
Now, guys, if y'all like that, it's about to
Oh, I know it's about to go crazy. Look,
Yo, so put on your wetsuits.
I know.
Call your friends.
Call your friends.
I want you to tweet this out. I want you to pass this on to a
We
buddy.
almost there. Let me just get my balls, and then we can move on. And I got to get Chris out of here because he's got things he's got to do. That man got a lot of bags. People call his phone is hot right now, so we got to make sure we
You
get
don't
it.
want to be associated with this.
Yeah. We got to protect him. We don't want to mess up future bags for about what King is about to do.
See, what we're doing, Chris, is we're gonna let you take the back door before.
Yeah,
he goes
before
out.
it get out, Chris was not a part of what's about to happen. So look, real quick, I see what Chris is saying. I actually do agree. I think I do agree with Sarv in the sense that the AAA. First, let's get it out the way. Growth is good, right? We're gonna give
Always.
King this. All right, growth is good. If they were to say, "Yo, bro, ain't that much movement,"
I mean, I took it.
yeah, then it's like, okay, you got to start to reevaluate things. It's early, right? But at the end of the day, yes, they had internal targets, but like, shout out to Ace who was in the chat, Game On Daily. I know we saw him in there. It's just that, like, internal targets, if you don't hit an internal target and when you have growth, that's not the end of the world. That's not, if you still have growth, but you like, yo, I was hoping we was going to get this, right? And you don't hit it.
And you know what it is? It's like we got 70%, but not 100%.
Yeah, it's like, okay, cool, but you still got growth. Now, if it's trending the other direction, then you got to worry. But I do agree with Saul with this, which is that, the Halo part the delay during that quarter was probably factored into what they thought that their internal target was. That doesn't hit the window. Now we get in that later year. Top of the year, very top heavy, right? MLB The Show, like King is saying. Outriders, like King is saying. That hits, right? And at the end of the day, what it proves is you got all these great games in the service. This is where Solve is right on this part. You got all these great games in the service for people who already in. So when King is doing his, I played this, I played that, it's like you're getting these gems you didn't even know about because you're already in. But to Solve's point, in the sense that you need the AAA to attract the new guy, the guy that's going to be like, I got to get Game Pass because I was fronting. And now you got this. Go ahead.
It just real quick. It's just like how we use it in consoles. Like, look, like sure, the third party stuff's good. The second party stuff's good, but you need those console sellers. Like you need those Game Pass.
Yes,
sellers.
you need to bang it because here's the thing: what happens with the bangers is just what King is saying in the sense that MLB The Show is now looked at as an Xbox game, right? Outriders is now looked at as an Xbox game. You change the consciousness, you change the mindset that's like, I gotta have it. And look, at the end of the year, I think it will shape up better for them. Obviously, we got Back for Blood right now, a nice big game. Age of Empires the next month, nice big game. Forza Horizon, nice big game. And of course, Halo Infinite to really close the show. Why does King have water? A nice big game. So at the end of the day, I think, in my opinion, it's my guess, is that they will then start reporting it after, because they're expecting big growth for this next half. People most likely are really going to subscribe and dive into it. Okay, Weber?
They're not going to report.
I mean, whenever they do. But I do feel...
They just won't. They will let other CEOs let the numbers slip out while they're sitting there. And they will look at them and say, did we talk about this backstage?
don't put the minutes out. But
last time I spoke, I said 18 now.
He definitely is holding the line on the public 18. But look, we got to get the legend out of here because, again, he stood out. He rocked with us for so long. The legendary Chris Grannel. Put your damn hands together. Irvin Zoo, one of the legends in game development. I really want to give you your roses, brother, because so many of the games that you were a part of was part of the reason I fell in love with Sony. Like those games are near and dear to me. F1 was near and dear to me as far as hardcore simulation racing. Yep. I remember the pit stops, mini mechanic game, and just little things. I always respected the game that did pit stops. I don't know why. I just thought it was a cool thing because they really tried to get the simulation aspect, the tire damage, like King said, the round wheels. Wipeout is my heart. The fact that you worked on that. Killzone, you were part of that. You were in the room, you know what I'm saying? Doing these things, and just to see your journey in game dev and obviously your great new platform. So please tell the fine people where they can find you, what else you got going on, sir.
Yeah, no, thanks. It's obviously amazing to be on the show with you guys and the rest of the Lords. I have much respect and much love for all of you guys, what you do.
Thank you, brother.
I like obviously the way you kind of report things. There's balance and there's kind of fun with it as well. There's a loads of respect for what you guys do, and I think everyone out there kind of respects you all as well. So thanks for having me. It's been brilliant. Obviously love to come back on again in the future.
Definitely.
And yeah, just in the usual places really. So CJ Grannell on Twitter. I'm always on there, always up for a conversation. If anyone wants to. So they can DM me anytime. Have people asking me questions, industry questions and stuff. I'll always try to answer as much as I can. And then, primarily on Xbox or Hard Times UK. So if anyone wants to kind of hit me up, I'm normally at a party with like Dealer or
shout out to RDX.
King popped in the other day and stuff like that. So we're always having a good laugh in there and playing games. So yeah, just hit me up anytime. Obviously, always around for playing some games and stuff. And yeah, it's been a pleasure to be on. And thanks a lot for having me on.
Oh, absolute pleasure, brother. Absolute pleasure. King is going to say something, and then you're going to say before I give it to Attic.
No, well, we couldn't even talk about the chat that we was having because we was out of control.
It was out of control.
ILP After Dark.
Those After Dark chats.
It was.
No doubt.
Insane. But like Cog was saying, F1 I never thought that I was going to purchase an F1 game, and I purchased that game. Like I said, it was striking in what y'all did. You probably didn't notice it, or it probably wasn't a thing for you because y'all was going for perfection, but it actually resonated with me. And then to have Wipeout come out in all sense, that was Sony's F-Zero counterpart or killer, killer app, and you are a part of that. And then the Killzone, you are part of pillars in Sony's history that are fantastic and that built me as a fan.
Yes.
So to be able to jump in a party with you and talk and stuff like that actually blows my mind. Every day this stuff blows my mind. You're down to earth, you're a humble dude, and like I said, I don't want you around with what I'm about to do. So,
we try to protect you.
No, I'll keep listening, and obviously I don't like, I never like to just kind of like drop out to something
brother.
That's still going. But
no, you good.
I'll keep listening. I appreciate all you guys.
Yes, please do your thing. Addict Soft just said your goodbyes to Chris before.
Yeah, man.
He signs off.
Yeah, real quick. I mean, honestly, the same thing. Like for me, the PlayStation 1 is one of the most risk-taking consoles of all time. Like there's so much crazy stuff on there, and to know that you're a part of it and to see it grow from what it was to what it is now, with the good and the bad. You're just an amazing person to have on, man. So I wish you all success, and please come back and tell us when you're making a new game.
Yes. Addict, say your goodbyes to Chris.
Yeah, appreciate you coming on, Chris. What I like doing the most than anything is I like getting developers on, so we could shut up the armed
so we can
developers
educate the
that's
fake
on
narratives.
Yeah, because that's the biggest thing I don't like is when I speak on stuff, I always make it very clear, like, I don't know nothing about that franchise. I don't know nothing about that process. But one thing that annoys me is people acting like they know
what's going on. Yeah,
they like, oh, this shouldn't be that hard. Oh, when did you get it? When did you learn how to code? Like,
Preach, brother. Now look, Chris, enjoy your Sunday, brother. We will bring you back. An absolute pleasure. The legendary Chris Grannell. You will never walk alone.
Because you're about to laugh and
appreciate you all.
Have a good one, brother.
Appreciate you all. Thanks. Chat's been awesome as well.
No doubt, brother. You have a good one.
Take it easy.
Peace.
Cheers, bye.
No doubt. So, Sav, you want to get these super chats?
Yeah, let's get these super chats.
Let me go get a bathroom break right there because I know it's about to be crazy.
You look clear, King. Oh, you getting real close to the mic. That's what it is.
He's moving up. That's what it is.
He's moving up.
He wants to be really seen when he does this stuff.
He's doing what he do. Go ahead, do your things. I'm gonna take. I know this is about to be crazy. Go ahead, so.
All right, hold on a second. Gotta run it back just a little bit. Okay, and this is the funny one. For some reason, I feel like he's about to turn that camera on to like a new wardrobe. I have a feeling that he's gonna come out looking like Kratos. So we'll see. Beaner 8127 $5 super chat. Great show, guys. A must-watch Sunday appointment. I want to open a food truck that serves Hispanic style breakfast. I will name it Mama's Huevos. And yeah, that is
you gotta have something sold there named Crystal D too. So.
Okay, Crystal D and Mama's Huevos. That's wow. Then we got Pina again, $5 super chat. After Fable is a hit, Playground Game Studio lead becomes head of Europe, Booty head of North America, Kojima head of the East, and Phil Spencer dominus of all. Okay. Then we got Big Mad Mo. Remember, for 1 year. Lord Bronze. So I guess just give a big shout out to Big Mad Mo. I know Big Mad Mo was the winner of our Xbox console back in the day, no doubt.
That's what's up.
Then we got the Nightbeard with the $10 super chat. I can't listen live. I download to listen when I start my route. Thanks for making the first 4 hours of my deliveries entertaining. I'm also delivering more tissues this week than usual.
That's what's up.
Big Cloud Gaming, $5 super chat. We in here. Salute to the ILP fam and welcome back to the realm, Chris Grannell.
Yeah.
I lost count how many times I warned these frauds on God of War was going to PC. Then we got Kiz, $8 super chat. Chasing trends instead of mastering their own craft and creating their own new concepts reminds me of Ubisoft with X-Defiant and Ghost Recon Frontline. Yes, very generic games. We got Bandana Bush.
Yeah.
This combo is fire. Chris is a wealth of knowledge. Thanks for the entertainment, fellas. Glad I could finally catch a live episode and join the realm. And we got Bandana Bush again. $2 super chat. I'm a Packers fan in Bear Country. Go Pack Go. Then we got the Flame. Lognet's on the Flame. Remember for 1 year, Lord Bronze. He said, oh God. What did I wake up to? King all up in that camera. Anyways, I, for one, welcome Worldwide Jim. Since I can play God of War on my PC in January, I will be playing it again on my Steam Deck. That is for sure. Then we got Isma Easy with the $10 super chat. Since all PlayStation first party are coming to PC slowly but surely, I officially announced that the PlayStation box has devalued and no more need to buy a PlayStation.
Oh, Lord,
I don't mind waiting 6 months to play it on PC.
Yeah, might be onto something.
Oh, okay. So
Then we
I
got
have a feeling
King.
he's about to come out that camera doing some crazy
something about to
stuff.
happen. I can already tell.
Is
He's
he
like in a
not-
cocoon
wait,
about to
hold up.
evolve.
Is
Like,
he not on camera?
He's
Yeah,
not. He
No.
purposely has the camera off. Something
it's
about
like
to happen.
It's like he's in a cocoon about to evolve, coming out.
He's gonna come
He's
out
about
with
to do something really extra. Like
He's coming out with Kratos face paint. Watch. That's what he's gonna do. Then we got King One Supreme, $5 super chat. Can't wait for day and date so I can get rid of my PlayStation 5. Jesus Christ. Shouts to the GOAT Jim and my baby Nixes.
This is true.
Then we got Tony Bryant. Shout out to Tony Bryant, member for 1 year. Strauss has already 30 mil. That's why San Andreas is in Game Pass day one.
Look
GTA
at that.
3 is also in PS now, so you know.
Things is happening, yeah.
Slow-mo back slaps. Yo, slow is stupid. Lord Bronze, I'm waiting for King to put soft face in his 4K ray traced hands and give him the kiss on the cheek.
Yo, the Valve joint. Oh man.
Yeah.
Godfather.
I knew
Yes.
it was you.
Oh,
Then we got Splendiferous, bringing the heat. Lord Saab eating. What is a Jimmy R pie? Thin on top and greasy. That's a regional thing.
Ooh.
Yo, pause.
Pause.
Then we got Splendiferous again, $2 super chat. Non-believers eat last, Saab. No gravy on your meat, son. Pause. Another big pause.
Whoa! Great. No gravy or nobody meat in here. We not doing that.
So I have to assimilate completely. That's crazy. That's crazy.
That was crazy. Woo!
Yo, this is after I just finished bigging up Xbox, and I say one thing.
Yup, it's over. It's over. They on your head.
Yeah, one thing sometimes.
One thing.
Yes.
Cheryl Walker, $5 super chat. The 48% target was set high to push the executives to make that happen. The tops of Microsoft will do what they need to make the next target. Yeah, they gotta keep getting them big third parties. That's what they gotta do.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anybody else super chat while we're JD Gamer? Lord Bronze, thank you, my brother. Then we got Smitty Smith, member for 21 months. Wow. Shout out to Jim Ryan and the whole damn slate coming to PC after the Book of X.
Yeah, out of control.
What
So
else we got
caught up?
here? Yeah, we're caught up.
All right, so before we get this, let me set this thing up because as I would say eloquently, y'all know what we here for. Y'all know what we here for. So, yeah, I'm gonna set it up, y'all. Sony Santa Monica Studio. God of War launches on PC January 14th, 2022. We're thrilled. This is from Grace, the senior community manager of Santa Monica Studios on blog on PlayStation. So we are thrilled to announce that God of War 2018 will be coming to PC. I keep laughing on January 14th. All of us at Santa Monica Studios have been humbled by the immense amount of support and passions for the God of War series have been shown the latest chapter of Kratos' story since release. As of August 2021, 19.5 million copies of God of War on PlayStation 4 has been sold, and though we can't wait to share that experience with the whole new group of players on PC. And the final thing they say, well, one of the final things, our primary goal when bringing God of War to PC was to highlight the exceptional content the team created and leverage the powerful hardware that the platform offers to create a uniquely breathtaking and high-performance version of the game. You'll be able to enjoy the full potential of our cinematic no-cut camera as it follows Kratos and Atreus against the realms with the option of true 4K resolution on supported devices and unlocked frame rate. So clearly, This has set Twitter on a blaze. There's been a lot of talking. I think King has a lot to say, so I'm gonna shut up because I don't know what's about to happen. But King is ready to talk, y'all. What's going on, King?
Hold on a second.
Well, a lot of you frauds was out here talking about what's good for the PlayStation brand. You don't know what's good for you. I'll tell you what's good for you. I tell you, you're not enough. 21 million sold. Don't get me a yacht. I'm the captain now.
Yo,
Okay?
yo, why are you looking
I'm the captain now. It's going to go how I say. No more dance moves. No more band-aids for you guys. Better rip it off. Better rip it off. Day and date coming soon. But I told you first thing. I want this PlayStation 5 worldwide.
I don't like that.
Worldwide. I want all the games everywhere. Here, guy tell me I'm going to chainsaw.
Why Blaze gotta get it?
If God of War come out for that, for the PC,
So who
I
you
got
calling
the
out? Who
chainsaw
you
for you.
calling out?
I got the chainsaw
Who
for
you
you.
calling out?
So this when King, excuse me, Jamaican Jim. Dude, are you implying that because a lot of people I'm first of all, I'm so glad you could make ILP today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me here.
My question to you, Jamaican Jim, right, is that, a lot of the Sony fan base really felt upset. They felt you betrayed, that they thought they were
They
enough.
should have brought the game. They should have brought the game. I did my job. I sold 124 million.
Hey, hold on.
Up. Where's the rest? Jimmy,
Jimmy, I got a question for you, Jimmy.
Talk to me.
Like the chainsaw, Jimmy. What was you telling Blaze to cut his PlayStation in half,
I
Jimmy?
say this. People say a lot of things in the street. The street hear you. You don't think I hear you? You know what they say when a man faces screw?
So just to clarify, Jimmy, just to clarify, Jimmy, like if you were to give a speech to someone cutting his PlayStation in half, what would that speech sound like, Jimmy?
Don't worry about it. We got a PC for you that you can play that game on better.
we got a PC for you.
Go on. That baby. Go on. Take it down. Take it down. It's weak sauce anyway.
But Jimmy,
so we have a PC for you. Where you can link this thing right here. You can blow into your controller, because you like to blow into the controller here. It has haptic feedback. I don't know what it is because I don't play games.
Okay, Jimmy.
But I heard you like it.
But Jimmy, just to clarify, Jimmy, do you have to pay the $10 haptic feedback on the PC?
No. Listen, I'm going to give him an old game for $50. I'm going to give you an old game that you can buy right now for $20 for $50.
But Jamaican Jim, right? But my question is, your purpose. But is it because Phil Spencer's putting his games everywhere with the Xbox? Like, you feel that you have to make? Are you upset that you don't feel that you're getting enough first-party support from the exclusive camp of PlayStation users?
I'm upset because Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer.
Oh, it froze.
Hold on.
Hold on. We gotta bring it back.
PlayStation guys try to stop me. I am the captain. You can't stop me. I'm upset that Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer got a 50-foot boat. So right now, I put my 45-foot boat yacht on pre-order for January because I got God of War coming out. It's a new game for you guys. Hey, you guys got PC? You got PC? I got God of War coming for you. A lot of guys said only stuff like Horizon and stuff like that, thing like that. No, man. I want the whole catalog.
Worldwide?
Everything. I'm trying to be everywhere. I noticed, why does Phil have a yacht? This Game Pass. Then the man said date and date. He said billions of people. I can't even get the 124 million to buy my games. So I cannot trust
Jimmy,
you no more.
just question, Jimmy.
Uh-huh.
Are you jealous of Phil Maximus Dominus? I don't know, man. You have to explain that one to me. Are you jealous of Phil? Is that what's going on? Do you want
No,
Phil's
man. We
job?
have better IPs, man. We have better IPs. We have better games. My question is, how come they don't support me? How come? How come? I made it the most profitable. So if I make it profitable for you, why don't you want to eat? Why? I make the food very good. Lots of curry. Lots of ginger beer. When you come over to eat at Jimmy's house, everything is perfectly cooked, man.
Jimmy, maybe you're overcooking your food. Maybe
No,
that's
they
why
like jerk
don't
chicken,
support
man.
you.
They like jerk chicken, man.
You froze
again,
again, Jimmy.
They're
The
trying
PlayStation
to
family,
stop
they're not happy with this. They're trying to shut you down.
stop me, but you can't stop me because I'm the captain.
Just to be clear, your reasoning for putting the PlayStation library on multiple devices is because you're not satisfied.
Because I got Nixus, that's why. Because I got Nixus. You thought I was buying Nixus for joke? You thought it was for play?
Oh, you got tired of them playing with you.
Worldwide Gym is not for play. All right? You're not going to play with me. I got Nixus because you guys didn't support me. So I had to go out and get Nixus. And you know what they said? I got your back, Jimmy.
So worldwide gym. All right, what I want you to do is I want you to address your fans. I want you to explain to them why you putting all your stuff worldwide on everything.
All right, let me log in and log it. There it goes. See, because I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna preempt you. This is how worldwide Jim do. See, Dance Move Jim would have been nice with you. Easy. No more easy for you guys. This game, they talking about, is it an old game? No, we're taking your beloved. I'm taking your beloved and I'm putting it over there. Why? Because you don't respect it. You say devalue? I see money over there. I see money. You're not giving me no money. I can sell it for $50. The same game I sold to you for 20. Are you crazy?
I can't with him.
They need me. I need them.
Yes.
I got you.
Okay, I think we got it. I think we got it now. I mean,
No, I don't.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, go ahead, Soft.
I just need you to say Phil Dominus Maximus. I need you to say it as only you can say it.
Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer got a 50-foot yacht, and I want to know how. And I figured it out. This game's on PC, man. I'm there too.
So,
worldwide.
final question, Jamaican
Yes,
Jim, right?
sir. Yes, sir.
Is it gonna stop here? Do you have plans for mobile and cloud? And because a lot of people,
I've been told people I'm going to the phones, man. I've partnered with Microsoft for the Azure servers, man.
Oh, so you did the deal.
What
with
are you,
Microsoft.
crazy? I'm trying to take over. I got rid of Japan.
I got rid of
I got rid of consolidated Europe. I made it the most profitable.
Gotcha.
We need the PC. The PC need us. Our IPs will live good over there.
All right, so we got we got the word straight. I'm so glad you can
All
make
of you guys that doubted me, it's for all of you. I told you God of War was going to PC.
Hold up,
said it before he even left.
Okay, I get that, man. We got Jimmy here. We got Jimmy. I want to pick Jimmy's brain. I want to ask Jimmy one question. Dance Move Jimmy.
You like to hear
no more dance moves.
No more dance moves.
He's very out front with it. He's worldwide now.
Worldwide Jimmy.
Yes.
I got a question for you, Jimmy.
Yes.
What is? I want the exclusive right now. What's that next game you bringing over to PC to get your 4 to 5
Is
feet?
it gonna be my beloved Ghost of Tsushima?
It's Ratchet and Clank. I'm bringing over Ratchet and Clank.
But
hold on a second, Lord Jimmy. But if you want to reach the widest and broadest crowd, don't you think the next one coming over should be a certain little web swinger?
No, man. We're gonna do that.
No, that's not happening.
They shut him down again. So they
No,
shut his
man.
camera
We're
off.
not going to bring over Spider-Man just yet. We gotta ease him in soap. I want
Ease him in
Ratchet
soap.
and Clank money.
Okay.
The SSD.
Okay, look, I'm glad we got clarity, man. Shout out to Pong Soul, extra special shout out for the exclusive interview for the Jim Ryan. He's ILP doing big things.
Hold hold up. Okay, anyone in the chat? This is a skit. Don't be going right. Article
Don't say that you're right. But look, we got to get our balls off because clearly we're so thankful that Jim Ryan was able to show.
With Jim Ryan
That
on
is
Iron Lord's
on Iron Lord. Listen, man, that is a dream interview. I'm so glad we were able to put this on our bucket list, that we were able to do this. You know, we get labeled sometimes, but at the end of the day, we get so many execs to come on the show, and that is very important. So look, let's get to it. Addict, the day has come. You know, we've been through this, Addict. You know, me and you. We've been saying it for a while. We had Rand on, you know, he got killed when he said it also here. So, yeah, what do you think, man? Now that it's official and Sony actually tweeted it and put the blog post out, what's your feelings on the God of War PC?
I told him. So, man, once again, man, I'm right. Everyone else wrong. Like, I said for the longest, your game's going on they shit. Man, I need to stop it, man. I need to stop it. Look, we have... Jim Ryan's gone now. So, Jimmy gone. So, look, everyone knew this was going to happen. Anyone that didn't think this was going to happen, you just wasn't paying attention, you know. Well, and now, since we had Lord Jimmy on the podcast, and he just told you,
live from the yacht.
Ratchet and Clank. No, he's not on the yacht. He's
at the dealership.
He's at the dealership.
He yacht and co.
Yeah, he at that dealership. He got that check that's gonna bounce unless those games go on PC. Look, expect more. And I know people think, Addict, there's no reason for them to bring stuff day and date. That's next. When they start seeing that money and they start what's crazy, Cognito, is I was told that the only games they're going to do is 3-4-year-old games.
Yeah.
And it's like, we got Days Gone, which did not come out 3 or 4 years ago. God of War came out in 2018. This is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. Sooner or later, you're going to start seeing these games come out sooner. And the reason that you're seeing these older games come out and people think it's, 3 or 4-year-old games is because this isn't a mindset that was took in place back then. This is, if they were going to do 3 or 4 years out in the future, they wouldn't need what studio, King? What studio?
His heart.
They wouldn't need that studio if they were going to have that kind of mindset. They want to release games pretty close to their release launch. And I have a feeling that within 3 years, you're going to see games day and date on Steam, because I do personally feel like, look, does it devalue the PlayStation brand? Yes, but it's a very small margin at the very bottom.
Addict, who does it really devalue?
It doesn't devalue
anything.
I have to. It does, because there are people, but it's like I said, like there are people that would buy a PlayStation if they couldn't buy an Xbox. Just them not having to buy the PlayStation does devalue it. But the margins is so small, it doesn't hurt their bottom line.
But the person who would not be betting a PlayStation would then be playing that game on PC, right? And we've been through this argument where when you really think about the PC that you would need to play this game at comparable levels to a PlayStation 5, you're talking about $1,700 and up. It's a lot of hot talk around that. Like, it's not.
There's still a lot of people that have those type of PCs that would buy PlayStation. That aren't buying the PlayStation.
People aren't looking at PlayStation anyway. So if the game goes over to PC to a person that was never going to buy a PlayStation and he happens to purchase the game,
but those are still lost sales.
That doesn't devalue the PlayStation brand. Actually, I think it enhances it. The more people that get a chance to purchase said game in spaces they would never look at, never look there. And
regardless,
if play it on their laptop, you in your college Addict, and you can't go and pick up a PlayStation because it's too big to lug inside the thing inside your dorm room, but you have your laptop.
Regardless if it's even one, that's still one person that didn't see the value in the PlayStation 5 because they could play their games on PC.
He would never see the value.
But these people are still buying it. The BGs, the Kofis, they're still buying a PS5.
Oh, we don't worry about them. They in pocket.
Yeah.
See, but my point is that percentage is so small it doesn't hurt their bottom line.
Right.
Sure, it devalues it to certain demographics of people that play games, but it doesn't do it.
But
to the
I think the important thing is that what they're realizing is that devaluing the box
on the table.
Devaluing the box at the cost of adding more value to the IP. is more important.
It devalues the box, but it doesn't devalue the brand.
Right. And I think that's the
Yes,
most important
I
thing. And I think that's what Jim sees. Like
Yeah.
the IP is what matters.
Yes.
And you're still going to get the
last
same quality of
PlayStation.
games. Right. So I didn't mean right to that.
Yeah, I know, because they're going to get you some. Be careful.
Wait,
you know.
soft set.
Soft
No.
set.
I said this is the last PlayStation. He's dead right.
So I'm like, yeah, damn right. But no, it's just he understands that the IP is what matters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And getting that IP in as many hands as possible. So I agree with you, Attic. Like sooner rather than later, it's gonna be day and date. It's
Yeah.
gonna be a day because I don't
They
care
gonna
what
have
game
no
it
choice.
is.
They gonna have
I don't
to
care
buy.
how great. God of War is gonna sell great on the PC. It's not gonna sell as great as it would have if it had come out day and date with that PlayStation version. I'm just sorry. We go back to the zeitgeist moment. Every game has its moment. Literally 6 months after that game came out, I saw it digitally for $10. I saw it in stores for $10. So that's how quick a 6-month period.
That's
a game
how
of that
you
type,
devalue your brand.
right? And if you look at what Nintendo does, Nintendo never brings down the price of their game ever,
Damn about you.
ever. They have no right to. But again, when you've made people become used to that, that's just what it is. So if you want to get Mario Odyssey
I
years
guess
after
One bad mother
launch,
completely agrees with Saul. He said, great way of wording it. He said, value of IP is more important than value of box in this new paradigm.
I guess the
100%.
lowering the sales is the reason King Jimmy don't have his 55 yards.
King
Like,
Jimmy.
I can't with King Jimmy. But yeah, I mean, I want to ask y'all this because this is good discussion. And obviously, first of all, I gotta be messy a little bit. LaMarcus Doss, sir, I have not seen you in chats. I remember a certain person always coming in, Cog, this will never happen. I'll super chat bet you. I'll do all this. I'm here, sir. I'm waiting. You have not shown up, sir. I'm
What's his
looking
name?
for it. LaMarcus Doss, come to the front of the congregation, sir. Take your L like a man.
Take this
because
L, bend
take
that
that
knee.
L like a man. Bend that
LaMarcus
knee
what?
like a man, because these dudes were so in their feelings that this could never happen. I got receipts. I got tweets
Have
of
you seen
people.
if he's in the
right
chat?
I
Have
could
you
be
seen if he's in the
super
chat?
messy, but I'm just going
Spell
to
his name a little bit. Spell his name a little bit.
LaMarcus
Let me see if he's in the chat.
because at the end of the day, these dudes,
Philippines right
everybody got a high-powered PC to play these other games. You know what I'm saying? But when it's their heart, they feel it's never going to happen. And this is where we got to stop with the emotionality of gaming. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, like King is saying, is that, this is a business. And at the end of the day, if they see value,
It was a business.
right? If they see value in putting these games, these IPs elsewhere, they're going to do it. And I think what's interesting about this, and me and King has had this discussion, is
They don't
that
got time to play with these PlayStation.
Yeah, they're not
fanboys.
playing-
trying
they're
to
not playing no
They're
more.
trying to get King Jimmy his yacht.
yeah,
Yo,
they're
I
not
think
they're not
Colin
playing.
has said it best. Colin said it best. Like they hate you. I'll be honest. Like
No,
if
listen.
you're a straight up
Yeah.
fanboy, like they don't like you.
But here's the thing, though. I just don't like. See, my thing is accountability, right?
Yes.
And my thing is, and this is for the fanboys, right? My thing is, now it's like, well, it's not that bad because they're not doing it, exactly on day and date and this, that, and the third. So if it happens on day and date, then what? See, my thing is just admit, we were wrong on this. We didn't see this happen. Emotionally, we felt they valued their IP because that was the argument. The argument was the Sony brand values their IP too much to put this ever and do what Microsoft is doing. Right. So now we at this stage. There's what's this the stages of denial and acceptance. We're at this stage now, right? So if it does happen again, I want the same energy because you can't come in people podcasts talking all this nonsense and then you not accountable when the things we say happen. And that's why I let King go off. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you froze again.
I mean, that's
at the end of the
been
day,
going on forever.
like
people love making videos.
love
when
making
something goes wrong, but they
videos.
don't make that. they don't
Where's
make
the
I was
apology
wrong
video? That's why I want my knees. Where's the apology video to Iron Lord Podcast? Where's the apology video to Rand Outdoor to Xbox 2? Where the apology video to Dealer Game and all the like where it is at? Because you can't come in the chat spewing nonsense and not knowing what's going on. And we telling you this is how we think it might be trending. And then it happened and there's no accountability. See, that's my problem with all the spaces and all this other nonsense. Accountability. It's okay. I've been wrong a million times, right? I could come on this show and say, yo, King, I was wrong.
But they don't like that though.
Yeah, but it's just being a
They don't
man.
like
Be
you
a
can
man and
admit you
admit
being
it.
wrong,
Yeah.
man.
I need my apology. I need to be
My
petty.
96%, I'm 90. Listen, I'm 96%
Yeah.
right all the time. I done told you, dude, stop messing with me. I'm deadly. And when I put that eye on you,
I just want the same video with somebody face in it and exposed and all this. So I want the same energy when you wrong. You know what I'm saying? Because if I'm wrong, I'm gonna tell you, bro, I got that one wrong. I was messed up on it. I thought it was gonna go this way. But you notice, exactly, nobody got no integrity in the game.
Why?
Talk to them.
Because it always gets spun. Listen, when the first game came over, right? When it was Death Stranding, right? And they were like, oh, but that's not really theirs, all right? And then it was Days, and then it was Days Gone, right? And then remember Days Gone? Days Gone was like, oh, it didn't sell that well.
I remember even before Death Stranding when I was bringing up that all of with the people that make Heavy Rain and stuff.
Yes, remember that? Remember when the Quantum Dream stuff? Yes.
I was bringing up all that, and people were telling me that's not their stuff. And when I look, like Sony owned the trademark. Yeah. I said they have no reason to let that go on PC.
We see the signs. It's the same thing with again, and don't get it twisted. I tell Xbox to when y'all doing something crazy, we at them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like at the end of the day, it's just it's okay to criticize. It's okay to say, I got that one wrong. Come out with the same energy. Just be a man about it. It's not about bragging about anything. It's just about being a man when you're wrong. Because a lot of these people, they put their emotionality behind the brand, right? And it clouds their judgment. They will never do this to me. They will bro, they don't, what was it? It's for the streets now.
Yeah, for the streets.
It's for the streets now.
She been for the streets.
No, they don't want the streets. They want that yacht. It's for the ocean. It's for the ocean.
Text messages.
Yeah. Anyway, that's why I had to let this one go. I'm sorry for being messy, but it was just, I'm just tired of it, bro. I'm just tired.
You're 100% right. We've been saying this forever. And the thing about it is, the crazy thing is, we get called out, right? We get called Xbox fanboys or whatever the case may be. I love PlayStation. Yeah. And I want PlayStation to be, and this is going to make PlayStation so much stronger. It's not even funny, but some people don't want to see that.
Right. And these are the same people capable. We're not going to support Game Pass. We're going to support the devs, right? But this is going to help the games. Colin put it, bro. Like, this is a good thing, right? At the end of the day, this is going to help support Santa Monica. This is going to help support the God of War franchise. This is going to keep us around. The games that you love is going to stay around.
At that same level of quality or even higher.
That's what I
want. The only thing...
Yeah.
The thing that that's hurting the industry more is just the zealot fanboy mentality. Because it's just like when I bring up, I want PlayStation to make more multiplayer stuff because I want to play more games. They say, well, there's plenty of multiplayer stuff. Let that have third party. But when I flip it and say the best games almost every year are single player games that third party people make. Oh, that's different. I don't want that. Like, it's like, look, like you can have both. You just have to demand both. And for some reason, I feel like people want Microsoft to have both, but they don't want Sony to have both.
Just accountability. I just want the games on PC so everybody can get a chance to have fun like me.
I want to reach everybody across the world with that camera, and he is being extra with that range.
This right here, and y'all probably say, it ain't no PlayStation controller in that box, King. And I would look at you and say, I had this since day one, never opened it. Why? You ain't got no multiplayer games.
You gotta use the 4K hands to show that. You gotta use the 4K hands to show that.
Let me show you with the new camera. The live unboxing. The inaugural. I'm gonna leave it down here next to my PC for God of War.
Ridiculous. I can't. Yeah, addict dying right now.
God of War controller. Matter of fact,
you saved it for the PC.
No.
Let's tear into
King,
this.
you're right.
Let's
King,
snap
you're
into
right.
a Slim Jim.
King, you're right.
Yeah.
This is for the God of War, man. This is the God of War.
Y'all messing. Y'all going left. Y'all going left.
Crisp and brand new. You gotta have it crisp. Look, crisp and brand new. It gotta be just right for that God of War because it's brand new coming to you in January.
I can't.
How you feel knowing that you the first person to blow into that controller?
I'm done. Listen, at the end of the day, I just want to get one more bar off. Go ahead, King.
Go get that ball.
Listen, at the end of the day, now this is the last point. This is a little side thing. I don't know if you guys saw. Shout out to Tom Warren. He put out a tweet about, I don't know if you saw this. Microsoft, NVIDIA is unblocking Microsoft Edge browser for GeForce Now. They said that this means you'll soon be able to play Steam PC games on Xbox through GeForce Now streaming. So a lot of people was like, wait, hold on, ain't Death Stranding over on what you call it, GeForce Now? And I was,
Kojima.
you know what I'm saying? So the question would be is this. I'm just telling you what I heard. The question will be, will Death Stranding, because it's currently on GeForce Now, which is a Sony game, be able to be streamed on Xbox? Because theoretically, there's a browser on Xbox, and I'm just curious if more Sony games end up being on GeForce Now, that streaming service, would that be allowed? I want to speak to Salvo on this quick. Like, where you at? And I know Kai uses GeForce Now a lot of people. Where you at with this? This a back end thing?
Well, yeah. Do you remember initially with GeForce Now, there was some games that like there was an issue because they were like, wait a minute, you're using this as a go-between without having asked permission. So technically, you'd be able to play the game on a platform that you're not supposed to legally technically be able to play it on. Right. So there were some issues with stuff getting blocked off and being said, now we cannot do this. Right. So the fact that it's technically possible, are you saying it's there technically, but it's not something that has been spoken about yet, right? Right.
Because basically, yeah, it's been, remember this unlocking of GeForce Now to Microsoft Edge browser, that just happened. The question is, I don't know if I got to speak to Tom and see if he's done his testing, if they actually were successful in it once it's been unlocked, because that's going to be a curious thing. I want to know if Sony would allow that, get wind of it, and maybe try to block it. You know what I'm saying? Or like, because it is interesting that if more games Sony games go to GeForce Now, then theoretically you could stream them on Xbox devices.
Yeah, it is one of those things that either you just let it go wild because it's going to happen anyway, or on your walled garden, the PlayStation 5 or the Xbox, you try to mitigate that some way, because the same holds true for Game Pass on PlayStation. Right. If you open a browser on PlayStation and you can run Game Pass in that browser, you can play Xbox games on your PlayStation, right? So it's a matter of, does it matter enough to me to try to get in the way of that? Or is that just the way of the future and just leave it be? It's going to be interesting to see, what the narrative around that is. Because a lot of times we will hear the quote unquote, the fan reasoning for this stuff, and why it shouldn't happen, right? The fanboys, whatever. It oftentimes that doesn't go in parallel what the actual problem is overall, right? So I don't know. It's just going to be one of those things where if Sony decides, hey, it's time to stop getting in the way of progress in this way and stop continuing to try to wall off our walled garden more.
King frozen.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting because there's so many different ways.
Perfectly still.
He ain't that still.
There's just so many things that can be done. Like when you look at the S now and all the emulation stuff, like it's a question of, is it important to us? Is it worth the work to do it, or do we see the levels of engagement with this type of stuff not being a big deal? The GeForce thing is big just because when you get access to, when you start talking about, you can get Steam and that platform onto one of the other walled gardens, then you start talking, because again, we have Steam Deck coming soon, and Steam Deck, I'm gonna keep it real with you, it's gonna start. If the Steam Deck hits the way it's supposed to and it gets in enough people's hands, it's going to start changing the way people think about where they buy their games.
Buy the games at. Yeah, especially you have a local Xbox, Game Pass device. You can have, Sony exclusives on it. Like if you PC, you eating, right? You
eating at a cheaper price.
At a cheaper price, at a entry point. But you get so
I'm gonna have to be real with you, man. I'm fading.
No, it's right. If you got to run, it's good. We roll out of here. But we got this last joint. This will be quick. It's the last joint. But yeah, look, it was very interesting. Shout out to all the message again. Shout out to Ryan for pulling up, man. A big segment. It's huge for the show. But look, I'll kind of do a recap. I don't know if for the next time. Actually, let's do the super chats and then we'll get to the next one.
Okay, give me a second. We got a few funny stupid chats. So let me make sure I get the last one. Okay, so JD Gamer's the last one. I'm gonna go backwards. from what I have. That way. Bounty. Okay, JD Gamer, $20 super chat. Call out the fakers, call them out by name. Don't let them hide in the shadows, spewing nonsense. Put a name on them.
I only put a name on one. The only one
I see a blank gamer, blank rock, the whole crew on fire, dancing to change the narrative.
I had to get one person because at the end of the day, that one person, we did make a bet. See, the thing is, I respect.
He just called out like 8 people.
Yeah, I don't know about the other 8 people. I just know about the one person I called out because that person said we did it live. He was in the chat. He said he's going to be there when it happened, and the super chat we was going to do it. I was going to. So where's that? that's where I'm at with it. So where are your needs at? I would like the needs now. Thank you. Good deal.
Okay, then we got let's go back. We got Faisal 007 with the £4.49 super chat. I will be enjoying PS bangers on my Xbox Series X through the browser. And like we were just talking. And if PlayStation fans have to learn something, is not to bet against King.
Knees are mine.
Then we got Big Cloud Gaming, $5 super chat. Yo, King, just let your soul glow. Shout out to Coming to America. Shout out.
Yo, the memes they got for King on Twitter right now, they having mad fun. They like, yo, King is going crazy right now.
Then we got Spitty Spit, $5 super chat. Salute Jamaican Jim and the oxtail and rice and peas. Bust shots in the air, the Book of X. Then we got Flame, $2 super chat. Well, this is an Xbox podcast now. Sorry, cock.
Listen, sir. The only Xbox podcast I do is Defining Duke. That is an Xbox podcast. I talk about everybody on this joint, so please. But I respect the joint.
And an Xbox podcast wouldn't have the loyalty and the royalty of Lord Jim.
Listen, we had Jim Ryan on shit. You can't say that no more.
Can't say nothing, exactly.
We had Jim Ryan on.
Yo, he got me with a scepter.
Yes, with a scepter. Yo, Twitter is on fire with you right now, bro. Good thing.
Then we got Isma Easy, $2 super chat. King's performance has become history. Hashtag you're not enough.
I do like that one. That one is fun. I like when they did that one.
Then we got Hargeet Chadi, $5 super chat. Jamaican Jim, Pegasus Nation supports you every day in social media.
Yeah. What else we got?
Then we got Neo Mental, $5 super chat. Jamaican Jim Puff Daddy says, me can't stop, me won't stop. Me can't stop, me won't stop. Call me now.
Okay.
A little bit of Puff, a little bit
of Miss Cleo.
Miss Cleo.
What else?
Then we got JD Gamer, $5 super chat. Real talk, I wonder if you'll be able to play God of War on Xbox Series X because of that new browser update. So we all have your games now.
Yo, they lose.
Smitty Smith, $5 super chat. Jamaican Jim is all natty and not for player play, not for play. The Book of X.
No doubt.
And we have Splendiferous, $2 super chat. Addict, put some respect upon the name, man, worldwide.
I can't. What else?
Then we got Flame, $5 super chat. Guess we welcome Santa Monica like San Diego. Let's roll out the red carpet for Insomniac, Sucker Punch, Blue Point. It's about the games, right?
It's true, right?
Yeah, it is.
Oh my! Oh, look at Jess Gordon and hold. I gotta shout out the legendary Jess Gordon of Xbox too. Best Xbox on the net right now. Shout out to Jess. Oh my god, I love you guys. Xbox too, man.
Then we got Spitty Smith, $5 super chat. These Sony fanboys' lawns must look like Swiss cheese from all the goalposts moving. Word of advice, please stop saying never, the Book of X.
Yeah. When you
it never hurts you, man.
Yeah,
never say never.
The emotionality of fanboyism gets you
Then
in
we
trouble.
got Jazz with the £10 super chat, professing his love for mayo.
Shout out to the Lord of Mayo and Shrimp. Salute to him.
That hurt my heart the other day when I saw that. That was bad. that was bad.
I love that he puts much mayo and everything, but that's my turn-based Lord, man. I love Jazz, man.
Then we got Gameonomics with the 100 rupee super chat, waiting for King to say, thanks for beta testing the game, PS gamers. I'm going to play the finished game on my PC a year later.
You know he gonna say it.
Then we got Smitty Smith, $5 super chat. To all those Sony fanboys, fix your face. Book of ads.
Using my
Then we have Bunty, $2 super chat. Enough respect, King from the Don Dada.
I love Bunty. What else?
Then we already got JD. Anybody after JD came?
Yeah, we got a couple.
We got One Bad Mother. Hold on, let me roll back a little bit because it jumps me. Okay, so we got Jay Nichols, $5 super chat. Sony fanboy and Pegasus Nation, and their spaces are crazy. Some old chum. Oh,
we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that.
Yeah,
we ain't doing that. But salute. Let's not do that. No personal attacks, but salute.
Exactly. Then we got One Bad Mother, $5 super chat. Doesn't PlayStation on PC sound organic?
Xbox era being messy. Shout out to One Bad Mother, man. Salute. Let's move on. I'll do a summary because I know poor addict is dying, and I don't know if any of you did it. First of all, before I start, did anybody watch it was a paywall Wall Street Journal Phil interview? Did anybody catch that?
Yeah, the moment I said subscribe, I clicked.
Yeah, I know. So because I watched it, but I just want to make sure because I can comment. Look, 2 interviews recently. Again, we want to salute Phil and MattBooty. Phil was on the Wall Street Journal. And again, it was a little paywall joint, but I had to put the bread down for Phil, man. I wanted to know what he was doing. So look, pretty much I just give a recap. He kind of doubled down, obviously, on the VR thing. He talked about the supply chains. He mentioned about they're still trying to improve that. They said obviously with the S, because the die size is smaller, that they'll be able to make more. He's still sticking on his 18 million public. He ain't moved, bro. You know what I'm saying? But she tried to get him. She's like, well, we heard 30. And he stuck to the company line. You know what I'm saying? So that he had some interesting things about xCloud. He pretty much talked about it being a convenience feature. They're seeing a lot of growth in Brazil and demand for other markets as far as Azure and the server blades, newer tech improvements on latency. They're excited. The key thing he said, though, to me, he said diversity of the business model. He said, not everyone is going to be on Game Pass. And he says he wants it to be where they have it on retail. Somebody's going to have it on retail. Some people are not going to want it on Game Pass. Some people not going to go to retail. And some people are not going to go to xCloud. So he wants to have these multiple revenue models, right? So pretty much leaving it to the player, you know what I'm saying, as far as where they want to go. Because I think she kind of talked about the future. Like, do you see? She literally asked him straight up about the death of the console king. And she said, as far as the future.
I expect to be able to play Game Pass on my smart refrigerator.
Well, he actually said different. He said, because she said, we're getting to that point. What about not needing a physical box? And she said, he said pretty much that streaming's still growing and his plan. He said, he said their plan for right now is to still have a dedicated high fidelity local box. He said his future for Xbox is a mixture of both the streaming and the local hardware. And then he said his strategy, this is the key one. He said his strategy doesn't involve Xbox selling only consoles to be successful, or selling only PC to be successful, or selling only xCloud to be successful. He said the way it's set up with infrastructure and such, those guys, is for a diversity model. Let the player decide what's best for them, and all the combination of the models, right?
So 3-prong attack.
Yeah, exactly. The bayonet and all that. Like he's talking
the bayonet, the gun, and the shield.
Yeah, he's talking about we could eat. We don't have to have everybody on. Like we could eat with all these models, kind of thing.
That's how he got that yacht.
Right, and you know what else I thought was interesting is he mentioned about acquisitions. They're not done, but he also said that, because I want to shout out Grub, and we've been talking about behind the scenes, like that there's been a talk about like, money has to be spent because the price is going to go up, right? However, Phil kind of flexed. He was kind of like, oh, no, we don't got no quota on when we have to do it by this time, or we have to. He said, we're going to do it, but there's no rush like we have. So they're taking their time. So it's a lot to take from it. I get the sign, like they're taking their time with the acquisitions, making it the right move. And some people even say, shout out to Jez at Xbox too, if he's still in there. They actually said sometimes this is actually a call out to devs that may have been on the fence, like, oh, you know what, they still looking, all right, let's, get back, get to the table.
I think a little bit of it has to do with people keep saying they keep overreaching. That doesn't make sense. And I think he's like, look, like we have this money, we have to spend this money, but we don't. We're not going to just go out there and blow money because we want to. We want to, I know some things don't make sense to you because you don't have access to back doors that they see in the back. But just because you don't think us buying that company don't make sense doesn't mean there's not a reason. You just don't know the reason.
Right.
And I think
they
he
didn't
was
know
coming out
why
there.
these dudes was
Yeah.
buying Nexus.
And
Yeah.
I think he was just coming out there and he's like, look, like, you guys might think that we're going out here buying stuff and we have this money we have to sell. Doesn't mean we have to sell it, and we're not just buying stuff
And
just to buy stuff.
it
There's
also
reasons you don't
to
know the
me
reason.
to me it was a flex. Because the way I look at it is like, oh no, the inflation ain't bothering us. The price go up next year, so like, don't rush us. We doing how we
But
do.
there's no clock over there.
Yes, that's the vibe I got.
That type of thing.
yeah.
But because listen, Satya already told you
Mm-hmm.
that they're still in acquisition mode, right? To fulfill the model that Phil has explained, the three-prong approach, to fulfill a cloud structure, to fulfill the physical structure, and to fulfill the gaming in this space structure, it has to have a lot of games to fill these voids.
Right.
Right. You're not going to overwork your studios to the point that you're putting out crappy games.
Right.
You want them to give them enough time to make games.
Right.
And we know games now take at least 5 years, really good games to complete. Some games could be done a little bit earlier,
Right.
but they're going to be put into tiers. So you don't want to overwork studios. We already hear stuff about crunch and stuff like that. So if you have the resources to purchase more studios to facilitate more games, why not do it?
Oh yeah.
And you know what else I think it is, King? I think he's coming out there as like, look, we sitting on our stone. We have eyes on companies we want, and we're getting those companies. We ain't just buying random companies because we had to spend money. We buying those companies, like
The ones that fit.
Yeah, speaking of which, and shout out to Jez again. I want to shout out, I don't know if y'all heard about that project Shaolin, that Wu-Tang.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Stuff like
you
that.
know what's another RPG? Like to me, it's like they're putting that flag in the ground, and they're like, if you're an RPG fan, the only place to play is on Xbox.
Well, they definitely got the abundance there. And then, so that was pretty much the gist of the paid. Shout out to Wall Street Journal. I gave y'all a bag. Y'all plugging y'all right now. But you know, it was a great interview.
Cease and desist.
Yeah, I got to get in there. It was great reporting. You know, I forgot the wonderful lady's name, but yeah, Phil was there. I still saw the Switch on the back of the shelf. I was shelf watching. I was pocket watching Phil. The Switch was still back there with the Kojima statue. You know, shelf watch 2021. But anyway, so Booty interview. I don't know if you want me to recap it or y'all saw it. I can recap it really quick. It's up to y'all.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay, so look,
I saw it.
all right, so you did say it. All right, so go ahead, Addict. I don't know, Soft. Want to start first? What you guys thought?
The MattBooty interview was interesting just because he went in and kind of like with the kind of funny guys, right? They themselves said it, like, we're not necessarily, they had Snowbike there, right? But we're not necessarily the Xbox guys. So it was interesting to hear him talk about one, like the stuff that he does on the side, right? You would think he has so much time that he doesn't have a lot of time to do his own. And he just spends his time coding, like coding, and just like, so that was very interesting to know about him and kind of how he sort of unwinds. He unwinds by coding. The stuff that was most interesting, obviously the stuff that stood out, that they asked him about Everwild and kind of where it was, and the idea that, you know, they were like, wait a minute, you know, when the public hears kind of a reset, they're like, oh, it's in trouble. And then he made it clear, it's like, sometimes that wording isn't necessarily correct, whereas the way a studio thinks about kind of like a soft sort of reset and what the public perceives as that is not the same. So essentially saying that the vision, everything that we've been working on is still there.
Right.
It probably needed some tweaking in terms of direction, but it wasn't necessarily a thing where we just scrapped everything and started from scratch. So, and you know, he's very confident that whatever Rare's making, whatever Wild is going to be great. So that was super interesting to hear.
I love the transparency there with Everwild.
Yeah,
I like
cool.
how he
Absolutely.
doubled down on Everwild, though.
Yes.
I like how he doubled down on it.
And he said like a myriad of decisions, all these little decisions that turn.
All these little mini decisions, right?
that was cool.
Sort of make up, you know, the direction of a game. And oftentimes when we hear something, we just hear very black and white. Like,
Yes.
right? It's like, they had to start again. Oh, it's broken or whatever. Case may be. And there's a lot more nuance to it than that. So that was good to hear.
Yes.
Then he talked about Perfect Dark and Crystal D. And he was like, and I mean, at the end of the day, what he talked about, he was like, you know, the opportunity was there. he admitted, like, yes, when you look at it, it's like, this is weird. This has never happened. But we would be, the opportunities there for whatever reason. He didn't go into why. He's just like, look, they were available, and we were like, you know what? Let's do this.
Yeah.
And it feels like, hey, if you can get a AAA team to work with you for whatever the reason may be, and they're there working with you to build this game, whatever. Yeah. So I mean, again, we go back to the transparency. Like he tried to be, and they didn't go crazy with the questions, right? They didn't ask him all this, off the wall stuff. Then he talked about Redfall and how that looked and how interesting it was just to sort of be like, hey, we're working with the guys that made Dishonored and made Prey, and they're applying those same sort of gameplay tenets to this sort of this multiplayer centric game with those same sort of sensibility. So he's super excited about that. I'm assuming we're going to see it next year because it's supposed to be coming. And then the most interesting stuff was when they asked him about, well, okay, the criticism of Microsoft is that they haven't had that game, that hashtag just one, the one that's comparable to what Sony first party games are doing. And he said it very eloquently. He was like, listen, these are games we know, the Horizons, the Uncharted, they have these what he called universal themes that sort of appeal to everyone, right? That these games have this certain type of production value, the characters and the story, everything is very well realized, and that is a quality product that costs a lot of money to make. And he made it very clear. He's like, we hear you. And that's important for us. That's an important goal for us to reach. So in some way, shape, or form, that type of game is happening at Xbox Studios. And I think for everybody who was listening to that, that was what they wanted to hear. Like, listen, we've heard rumors, we heard this, that, and the other. Is that type of game in production at Xbox Studios? And he made it clear.
Just to cut you, because this was important. This was the key for me. Obviously, I'm the leader of the hashtag. So I'm looking to see if he's going to throw a dart. You know what I'm saying? At me. And the key, what he said is, at first he said, look, I don't want to do, he said it, portfolio bingo. Right? Yes. Which is, I'm going to go to everybody and be like, yo, you got to make this, the stuff King was talking about, right? He's like, no, we're not doing that, right? But at the same time, he said it with how beautifully how you said it, which was, we still understand the value of these epic stories, these epic characters, these worlds that you want to live in and care about with the big budget, right? And he said, well, we still got those still coming, and we do respect Sony for some of the joints that they're doing too. But again, it's not from a standpoint of like, yo, I'm gonna go to each studio and be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? That kind of thing. Again, he's letting them do them, but trust and believe. It was kind of one of those things, kind of like trust and believe. Those type of games is coming because we understand it. And that's all I wanted to hear. That was all I was like, yes. I put my gun away. Y'all good. Compulsion got me. Compulsion just came out and said, yo, Carl, we got you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm good on that. But it gave me the vibe that it'd be maybe more than hashtag just one, hashtag just two.
Yes, it seems like a couple of things are in production in that way.
It has to reveal itself at some point in time. At some point in time, they're going to have to, take on that type of genre and show that they can be versatile in that space. Like I said before, Quantum Break was a really good game. It just had poor control. And, that was their stuff. But they're going to make a game that's going to, please the masses that want that type of game. And I'm pretty sure Sony is going to make multiplayer games that's going to please their fan base as well. So it's not like these companies don't hear you. It's just, hey, these games take time. So, and I know he knows exactly what he's, up against.
Absolutely. And that's what, it was good to hear it. I love all the stuff.
No, put a smile on your face.
Oh man, I loved it. Addict, did you get a chance?
Phil told you that you was gonna get a baseball game, man. MLB. Hey, we never know. That browser might hook up, and we might get all the games.
I'm done with you. Addict, did you watch a little? I can't. Addict, did you watch the booty interview? Nope. All right, cool. So look to you.
Addict, real quick, can you find me a Miss Super Chat from a Mass Erect, please?
Yeah, if we miss this, we got to get him. Yeah, like
I gotta find Mass Erect.
That's right. Go get that. Pause. Yeah, look, we're gonna finish up.
Not gonna go get anything named Mass Erect.
Go get that. Pause. At the end of the day, I thought it was
I don't know
interesting.
why you said that twice.
It was funny. Yeah, again, shout out to Slowback Mike and those guys. Shout out to Blessed. Those guys. Again, great interview. You know, I loved, King would have loved hearing him talk about, I forgot he was part of the Midway days.
Yeah, back in the day, he was doing the cruising
So I
games
think
and stuff like that.
he's referring to the $2 super chat from Mass Erect. Sorry, Addict. Pepsi is the TCL of soda drinks. Did you say that?
Wow.
Wait, but I have that here. But
Did we get Jez? Did we get Jez about the? I think we missed Jez too. He had put one in
the
Jay
mail.
Yeah, we got Jay Nichols.
No, we got the
see it.
mail one, and then just put up another one that I haven't read yet.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure we didn't miss it. So
Master, if that wasn't it, Master Erect, just
No, that had to be it,
us.
that had to be it.
Okay,
That had to be it. I think it is. If not, he gonna let us know. But yeah,
But if it wasn't, just add us and we'll read that.
yeah, I think the other key he said, I'll finish up because we're going long. We gotta get out of here. Is that he said what I always said too, which is like, you got all these studios, right? But what he said is when you're doing the acquisition phase, remember, like we talked about earlier, King, these guys had stuff they was already working on. They trying to get out the door. Psychonauts 2 was already working on trying to get out the door. Outer Worlds with Obsidian, they was trying to work on it getting out the door. But he's saying like he's really excited to see the next round of each of those studios.
Yeah.
Underneath because he's super
real stuff.
pumped. Yeah, underneath the banner with the budget. Like he's super pumped to see what Double Fine is
Not
going to do
the
with
baked stuff, the real stuff.
you know what I'm saying? Now that you free of your obligations and now you're free. And I thought that part was cool.
Yeah, now that
And-
it ain't going on PlayStation.
yeah, and I can't. So that they don't have to worry about taking risks and getting out there. And I thought it was a great interview. He was really, he doesn't come outside a lot. Matt doesn't come outside a lot, but it was cool
I
to
got
see
a
him.
lot of studios to look over.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
don't,
think
don't be
his
fooled with him
excitement-
talking about, oh, I let them do them. No, he don't.
Yeah.
I think
He
his
over there
excitement
making sure
is.
because his neck is on the line. So he over there making sure y'all good
I
here,
think-
right?
I think his excitement is, you know, you've seen what they do on a budget, like not necessarily like they're writing them blank checks, but this is what now you can see what they can do on
Without
a
money.
proper budget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it is what it is. But let's get these super chats that we gotta get up out of here, man. This is a long one.
Wait till they get a load of
Cool.
They've got plenty of.
And we
you.
have. Let me see. Okay, yeah. That was Stitch though. Stitch said that. Stitch said the thing about the Pepsi. It wasn't Mass Erect.
Yeah, Master Rec, just add us, man, because we want to make sure.
Yeah, I want to
get-
make sure that we read it.
we
so
read. We want to
I
read
didn't
that for
see
you.
it.
Yeah, get Jay Nichols.
We got
I
still.
see Mass Erect with the 2 super chats saying, "Hey, Addict, Pepsi is the TCL of soda drinks." I
Okay.
just double checked it. He even said in the chat it was it.
Okay.
Okay,
All right,
so
we're good.
I guess Stitch said the same thing.
But
one
Stitch said
last
the same
time,
thing
Game
too.
Addict.
Yeah.
Pepsi is the TCL.
Yeah, they
of
was
soft
coming from. I
drinks.
remember that. I remember
I
both.
don't drink
Stitch.
either one of them. I've been drinking like these Gatorade Zeros. So like,
Cool. Stay away from
I
that
was
soda.
told
sir.
to remind you per Iron Lord podcast. Good day, fire show. Okay. Then we have Mass Erect, $2 super chat. Sob, you missed my super chat.
Yep, we got that.
Then we have Jay Nichols, $5 super chat. Would like to apologize to the Lords for a bad comment. I got up the most respect, and again, I apologize for name dropping. No
Thank
doubt.
you, brother. I appreciate it. We try not to
Yeah.
even, we try not to keep it personal, even with people we
Exactly.
disagree with. Much love.
Then we have Jez Corden with the £5 super chat. Can any of you do a British accent though?
Solve.
is there a reason people are talking about Dragon Age Inquisition in the chat?
I don't know. Solve. I need a British accent though.
I can do like
Give me
Let
some
me see what
Downton
I can
Abbey
do.
or something.
Downton Abbey.
Nah, whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah, I'm not particularly sure that I might be able to do that, Jez. Oh, I could do a really bad, like heavy one,
Yes.
like
Let's go. Let's get the Solve boss.
no, I'm not gonna do that.
You gotta do it?
It comes from something
What I
kind of
thought
dirty.
was
So.
funny- the reason I asked about the Dragon Age is I'm literally like on low listening to the menu. That's why that's why I like went like this. I'm like, can they hear my?
Oh,
my-
you thought?
my
No.
accent?
You good? You good? Shout out to Jez, man.
Hargit is saying that I missed one from him too.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, we missed.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, I'm scrolling and sometimes
Just
it jumps me and I try to run back.
At Iron Lord's podcast, if you missed something, we'll say it now.
Yeah, we got Flame, $2 super chat. Just remember, Cog, it's all in good fun.
Of course, with Jez laughing at your British accent. He kills us
My
with his
horrible
American
British accent.
Yeah, he kills us with
British
his
accent.
American accent or what you call it.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he does it. It's hilarious when he makes fun of Red. You know what I'm saying? It's hilarious. So check that out.
Yeah,
Man.
the other one I was gonna do was one from like Faulty Towers.
Let's
like
go. Give me one.
No. It's
Time.
talking about bum looking. I don't want to.
Oh, okay.
Dirty little bum looker, you.
There we go. There we go. Let's get that. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get that British accent.
Looking, not licking. Looking.
No.
No. Oh, we all caught up.
Please, kind sir, give me more porridge.
Yeah, please have some more.
Oh, we
Yeah.
finished.
Yes, I think
we
we're
done.
done.
All right, let's get to-
except for the whatever ones we missed. Hargeet, please, if you bring it down, we'll just read it.
What's his name?
Hargeet Chani.
Shitty. All right, cool. So let's get about here. Paul, with the recent announcement of Sony first-party titles like God of War coming to PC, do you think this sets the stage for more of these titles eventually to come day and date on PC? Choices are A, AKW say you sound like you're from Essex, UK. So. A, no, Sony still values their first-party titles and will only put them on PC after a year or two when PlayStation 4, 5, and 4 sales begin to slow down. B, yeah, what happened, King?
That's a lie.
B, yes, Sony knows first-party games on PC will
I
not
sent you something, so.
will not damage their brand. These exclusives will eventually come day and date to PC, only a matter of time. Or C, I don't care what happens, just here to salute whatever worldwide Jim does next for the company.
On Zoom. I sent it to you on Zoom.
Okay,
No
gotcha.
doubt. So now shout out to everybody again. Shout out to the legendary Chris Grannel, Sony, Liverpool, Guerrilla Games,
I read that.
Psygnosis. Tremendous history, man. Love what he's doing with the Urban Zoo Sports platform. Send some love out to him. Again, great stories, great history. And of course,
Here's another one.
Another one? Okay, yeah, you're doing the
You
joint.
sent multiple of them.
All right, cool. And Attic, where can the people find you? What you got going on, sir?
You can find me on King. Come on, man. You can find me on Twitter at Lord Addict ILP. You can find me on YouTube at Gaming Addicts. I will most likely be streaming on the ILP Twitch channel tomorrow, so be on the lookout for that. It's probably going to be Demon Souls. So if you guys want to see me not struggle on Demon Souls, you can definitely go.
Oh,
there
nice like that. Okay,
and enjoy that. I'm gonna go ahead and put it in the chat
He was running
too.
around
so-
with his shirt off.
Yeah, I got a lot of hate for that because he was too slow. So I literally
Yeah, he took his shirt off and just ran around. I said, "This guy's crazy."
Why are we getting spam with the Twitch? All right, we got 5 Twitches. Okay, cool. Twitch. All right, and that's been pretty much it, Attic.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, no doubt. And Soft, where can people find you?
Let me read these super chats
Yes,
first.
please.
So the first one I did read from Hargeet. Jamaican Jim, Pegasus Nation supports you every day in social media. So I read that one. I
Oh my
definitely read
God.
that one. Then he have another one from Hargeet. Can't think just the U.S. and the European markets for Game Pass to grow. Need to sell hardware and other reasons. Push Game Pass over there. There's growth potential in U.S., Europe, Japan, but those people can afford $70 per game. This is just starting.
No
doubt.
No doubt.
Yeah, you can catch me at work because I'm back to doing it. Actually, before I go to work though, I'm gonna record this week's Lord Minute with Lady April. We're gonna be talking about the GTA Definitive Trilogy and what we think about those upgrades.
No doubt. And of course, salute to the worldwide Jim Ryan, able to make his appearance. Thank you for taking the time out your busy day, Sony Europe.
Man, this I'm me.
Oh, you okay? I didn't know if he was back.
Back. Oh, he left already.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure. But
Hey,
thank you
got
for
dreads,
facilitating
man.
that interview for us, because to get Chris Grannel and to get Jim Ryan on one show is a mega show for us, man.
Oh man, it's out of control. He left me his hat. He came over, left his hat, and a PlayStation controller.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. What's going on?
Worldwide Jim, crazy baby.
So get to find you. What you got going on, sir?
You can find me trolling you dudes. You can find me anywhere you try to hide. Me there. Right there, looking over your shoulder saying, I told you so.
You don't let the boot off people's neck, bro.
Oh, no. I realize why they don't bother me no more. I realize why you leave me alone. I realize what I've done to you. I have, you calling the fight, throwing the towel.
That is kind of true though. You don't have the back and forths with King anymore. You really don't see it anymore.
No, leave my man alone. That's what I always say.
Beat their generals into submission.
Leave my man alone.
All their generals are beaten to submission. This is the final straw. This is it right here. This is the one that broke the camel's back. This is the one. This is the one. That will never happen.
Yeah, a lot of dudes got caught.
You're holding on to that web slinger. You're holding on to him so tight. You're like, please, oh God, no. He going over there.
What is Attic doing? Why is there eyeball on it? What is happening with Attic? Attic he's tired. We got to get him to bed.
To eat his food. That's food.
Yeah, that's food.
So let me say the last thing.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing is y'all worried about that web slinger. Y'all worried about that stuff right there.
Mm-hmm.
No. We already got you. We already own you on PC.
Mm-hmm.
What is the last coup de grace? The last bastion for you guys. Because y'all all huddled up in one little fort. And it's raining on your head because you ain't got no roof. But y'all was like, they can't get in through the front door.
I can't.
When I play PlayStation games on the Xbox browser on my Xbox, and I stream that, that's when we worldwide.
Oh, you gonna make a video for that too? Oh my
God. They call him Mr. Worldwide. I love Jim. Jim is the best. Shout out to Nixus and Jim.
Salute to you, man. This is your day. You called it. We've been calling it for a while, and people have to deal with the realities of the business, and that's just what it is. But so you want to get those couple super chats in? We really got to roll.
But we got Gamer by Choice, $5 super chat. Just wanted to support the channel, and I hope it helps to get Worldwide Jim back on the podcast again. Salute, great show. we will see him again, I'm sure.
I think we'll see him again.
Then we got Senjutsu Sage.
Attic
it's January.
Attic is shaking his food in rebellion.
Then we got Sage with the shout out to Sage 7 months. The Lord Gold. Mm-hmm. Jim Ryan is tired of eating chicken back all the time. He's ready to eat oxen like Phil Spencer.
That's hilarious.
Phil eating good. Then we got Suicide Kings member for 12 months. Thank you, sir.
Salute.
I had to share my time with the Ravens today, but again, an awesome show. Thank you so much, brother.
Salute.
Then we got Flame, $5 super chat. One last thing, we got bamboozled over that Fable thing last week. We got played like a dang fiddle, and my Sunday was ruined. Yes,
I know a lot of people
turned out to be nothing.
Yeah, it turned out to be nothing. We think something's coming, but just somebody jumped the gun early. Oh, real quick, Teespring merch. Charlie Online just copped that new Phil Dominus pullover premium hoodie. Salute to Charlie Online getting that drip. King is in the other dimension. But look, that's it, yo. Fantastic show again. Grannell, Chris Grannell, thank you, brother. He's back. Chris Grannell, thank you, brother. Worldwide Jim, thank you, brother. Taking the time. New ILP next Sunday. We up out of. Anybody got anything else before we roll?
Bye.
Peace, people.
Peace.
See y'all next week.